Hello. Hello everyone. Today we start the last game I plan to play as part of Quest Regular series. So I finally made up my mind I won't be playing Heroine. Because I do feel like it's a very different game compared to all the Quest Regular games and the special successors that we have been playing. Even though there are some sequel elements, some story follow-up story elements in the Heroine Road to Redemption. For example, our character is the son of Ugarte and Navarre, I think. So yeah, there is some story progression and there are certainly some throwbacks to the Quest for Glory series, but the game itself, I think the gameplay is too different, even though it has been made by the cause. So I'm not going to be playing that, so this is going to be the final game we play as part of the Quest for Glory full series challenge. Which means after this game we will be starting a new series, which is Monkey Island. So I thought about it, and that was the main thing that made me decide: did I want to play Hero U or Monkey Island 1 more? And I said obviously Monkey Island 1. So yeah, after we finish the game today, after we start the game today and finish it probably in 2 weeks or 3, I don't know, we will start a whole new series. How is everyone? I hope you've been having a fine Sunday so far. I have been having a fine Sunday, a decent Sunday at least. We've been having fun with Sword Balmong at Nebuka's channel with the banana hats. Banana hat story. But yeah, that channel's fun, so Quest Pandemonium, take your propaganda elsewhere, take your religious nonsense elsewhere. Yeah, totally. Hero U or many other games. I mean, there are few games that can compare to Mankind 1. So yeah, let us look at the stuff and jump into the game without wasting more time. So sadly, Wikipedia article is very spoilery, so we are going to take a little bit of look at it, then move on. Heroine's Quest. Heroine's Quest, the Herald of Ragnarok, is an adventure game RPG hybrid developed by Dutch studio Crystal Shard, set in the world of poetic Edda and Norse mythology. So yeah, this is a Nordic Quest for Glory. You know how Quest for Glory games all have different settings? This one takes place in the Northern Europe, kinda like world. The city of Forsing Tuna is wrapped in an endless winter. Egthar, the last of the frost giants of Midgard, is causing this in an effort to start Ragnarok, the end of the world in Norse mythology. The Earl of Forsing Tuna has called for a hero to save the city, to which the player character responds. Okay, we skip this part. Sure, Dragon Parrot, sure. Don't worry about it. So reception, this is particularly interesting to me. In case you don't know, this game is fully free. It is an homage, a tribute, and it is not monetized in any way. Rock Paper Shotgun described this as a beautiful game about selfless, old-fashioned heroism that brilliantly captures the spirit of Quest for Glory. PC Gamer claimed it goes above and beyond most free adventure games RPGs by offering over 100 hand-painted backgrounds, voice acting, a neat auto-mapping function, along with optional side quests and multiple ways to approach mini quests, while Kotaku labeled it about as perfect a tribute to Sierra Classic Quest for Glory series as you could hope for. So yeah, it is a great game. It is actually, it could be considered better than some of the Quest for Glories that it pays tribute to in certain ways. It is not lacking in any way. I think it's an amazing game. That's also one reason why I kept this one for the last, although I like Quest for Infamy quite a bit. I think this one deserves to be the better one. In my opinion, it's the last one to close up the series. So here it says worldwide release is 20 March 2014, but as far as I know, this is actually the Steam release date. It's not the actual release date. On their website, the game was released earlier, which is correctly indicated here on Moby Games page. So Crystal Shard released the game on December 26, 2013, so even though it was almost end of the year, technically it was released on 2013 for Linux and Windows. Yes, in my opinion. I mean, you cannot exactly compare the two. They are different in certain ways. We have seen how Quest for Infamy is somewhat different from Quest for Glory games, with its language and puzzle design. But Heroine's Quest is more akin to Quest Regular games, and I think it is perhaps it's a bigger game, I think, with more variation as far as I know, and it's not as comedy as Quest for Infamy is. It's a more serious game. So I don't know. I mean, it is difficult to compare, and everyone would have different opinions. But I personally like Heroine's Quest more than Quest for Infamy. Uh, Description: Heroine's Quest, the Herald of Ragnarok, is a tribute game to Sierra's classic Quest Regular series. You play as a female adventurer who was ambushed by trolls and woke up in the local adventure guild. Also, this might be a reason why I like Heroine's Quest more than the others, because this is the only game of this particular type where you play a female character, and I personally prefer playing female characters in games if I can choose, and I could never choose in a Quest Regular game, so I like, maybe this is why I like this game more too. Woke up in a local adventure guild. Waking up, you sign the local logbook and learn that the local village is suffering from an unnatural winter, food is getting scarce, and trolls more aggressive. Some say it is but a prelude to the end of the world, Ragnarok. The frost giants are looking for ways to free their leader, the devious trickster Loki, and then they will try to march against both men and gods. This place is in a desperate need of a hero, and congratulations, you just got the job. Good luck. You play as one of the three basic classes: warrior, sorceress, and rogue. You can also create a mixed character by combining different class-specific skills in character creation. Each class will have class-specific events and quests. You develop your character by practicing your individual skills. Each use skill will advance that specific skill for a few points. The UI is in a classic Sierra adventure style. You have your walk, touch, mouth, look, inventory, and class-specific skill icons. The game has day and night and NPC schedules. The NPCs will be living their own lives and be in different places at different times. The game also has a survival element to it, as you need to protect your character from starvation and cold. So let's skip the actual screenshots and look at the promo images before looking at the trailer itself. As you see, this is much more similar to the Quest for Glory games, rather than how Quest or Infamy looked, and the combat itself is very similar to the Quest for Glory 3 style, almost the same basically. The art style is basically the same as Quest for Glories. I mean the VGA games, of course. Alright. Let us take a look at this.
This winter will never end. This winter will never end. Trolls and giants shall march in the humans, and the snow shall run red with blood. Thus speaks Egla, last of the frost giants. A lone heroine. With her mighty blade, the art of sorcery, and fox-like cunning. Stands between humanity and Ragnarok. Heroine's Quest. The Herald of Ragnarok. Coming soon.
It is pretty impressive for a game that's not monetized in any way, in my opinion. So yeah, let's look at the manual, skim through it. Introduction. At the dawn of time, in the primordial void of Gingungagap, the Aesir gods fought a lengthy war against the Jotun, or frost giants. Finally, Odin, lord of the Aesir, struck down the mighty Ymir, father of all giants. From his remains, the gods carved Midgard, the realm of the humankind, and they banished the surviving frost giants to the icy plains of Jotunheim. But the Jotun have sworn revenge, and wise Odin knows that their banishment will not last. Prophecy states that they will one day be free, and will wreak devastation upon Midgard and slaughter the Aesir. This fateful day is called the Twilight of the Gods, Ragnarok. Many lifetimes have passed. Now, the forest of Jarvidr has been struck by a winter harsher than anyone can remember. Trolls and wolves stalk the night, trade caravans disappear in the cold, and former neighbors turn against each other. The people ache for spring, but see no end to the frost and snowstorms. With fearful whispers, they wonder if the Jotun have at least returned, and if the end of the world is at hand. In desperation, the Jarl of Jarvidr has called for a heroine to stand against the forces of frost and put an end to the lasting winter. Her might, sorcery, and cunning may be humanity's last resort. Are you up to the task, or will you die trying? Well, you certainly will not die. I mean, not permanently at least, because we can save and load. We don't have to look at this stuff. We can look at this stuff. So as we know from Quest regularly, the Heroine's Quest offers 3 different classes with varying gameplay styles. The class you select affects the solution to many of the puzzles, as well as which side quests are available to you throughout the plot. Once you've completed the game with one class, we encourage you to try the others as well to get the full experience of the game. The stats and skills listed are explained in detail on page 13. Warrior. The warrior relies on her toughness and weapon prowess and seeks a straightforward solution to obstacles. This is recommended for first-time players. The warrior starts with the skills Animal Can, climbing and parrying, and the attributes strength and weapon use at 20, endurance 15, agility and willpower 10. Sorceress. The sorceress wields powerful magic and uses that and her natural intelligence to find an indirect path past obstacles. The sorceress starts with the skills Verbalism and Magic, and attributes willpower 25, agility and endurance 15, and strength and weapon use 10. Rogue. The rogue uses guile and charm to make her way through life. Rather than tackle obstacles directly, she uses trickery to evade them. The rogue starts with the skills Acrobatics, Climbing, Fast Talk, Stealth, Thievery, and Throwing, and the attributes Agility 20, Strength and Willpower 15, and Endurance and Weapon use 10. So can you guess what we are going to play? So I was looking at the achievements I gained. I played this game in the past. Apparently at least twice, but I remember finishing the game only once. In 2016, the end of the year, almost 2017, it looks like I finished the game on 31st of December 2016, on New Year's Eve. And what I did was, I played and finished the game as a rogue, then I also started as a warrior and completed all warrior achievements. I don't usually do that for any game except those that I really enjoy. I mean, replay immediately, which should give you an idea how much I enjoyed the game when I played it. But today I don't remember it at all. It has been so long since I played it. So it's going to be almost a blind run, and we are going to play a rogue, obviously. The thing is, we cannot make our old character on this game. What I mean by that is we cannot enable every skill. It's impossible. You don't have enough points for that. We will make a hybrid rogue with spellcasting, but we are going to miss out on a couple of the skills, I think. So we are going to hybridize the rogue as much as we can, but not fully. Agility is a measure of your grace, speed, and defensive reflexes. Yeah, I mean, I play with the warrior to complete my achievements, but then I didn't play with the sorceress for some reason. Endurance indicates how much punishment you can take before dropping. Strength measures how hard you hit and how much you can carry. Weapon use governs your accuracy and finesse with melee weapons. Willpower is your defense against mystic attacks and enhances your magic. Health is based on your endurance and strength. Mana is based on your willpower and magic. Stamina is based on your endurance and agility. So we know all these. Acrobatics, your skill at balance, jumping, and tightrope walking. A natural skill for rogues. This is a completely new skill, Animal Can. This shows how good you are at understanding and dealing with animals. This is a basic skill for warriors. I don't remember how important this is in the game, but this is going to be one of the skills that we skip. Climbing, useful whenever you need to get up, down, or over some barrier. Fast talk, the ability to create stories and excuses at needs, as well as bargain in stores. Herbalism, this skill lets you forage as well as brew your own potions. This is one of the standard skills for sorcerers. We are going to hybridize with herbalism and magic. Using magic is the essential skill for any sorceress. It also influences the amount of available mana you have to cast spells. And we are not going to be able to pick up parrying either. The defensive ability to block your enemy attacks with your own weapon. This is a default skill for warrior class. Stealth, how to move around unseen and unheard by other people. This clearly is one of the standard abilities of the rogue. Thievery lets you pick pockets, open locks, and perform sleight of hand. No rogue would be complete without this skill. Throwing, for closing in melee, you can attack enemies with thrown weapons. This is the final skill in the rogue's repertoire. So we know most of the skills from the other games. Verbalism is completely new. Animal Can is completely new. I think none of the others are new. Well, there is the fast talk, but then again there's communication in quest regulatory games, which works a little differently, but is about the same idea, I would say. So this is pretty much the same thing that we know from the other games. These are spells. I'm not going to look at the spells. Difficulty. Adjust the difficulty of the game combat. Also, if you move the slide all the way to the left, the heroine will no longer die from lack of food or sleep, nor from overexposure to cold. All the middle settings of this slider have no effect on these hazards, but if you set it to its maximum, the hazards become more prominent. This is only recommended for experienced players. So I'm not worried about combat difficulty in games, but the other challenges like puzzles interest me more. And while puzzle difficulty is not mentioned here, there's the survival elements of being able to play the game in such a cold environment. So it is somewhat interesting to me. I think I will keep the difficulty in the middle. I'm not going to make it harder or easier than regular difficulty. We might change that. Conditions. Hungry. The heroine has not eaten food for a while. If you do not find something to eat, you will eventually pass out. Note that you start the game hungry and your first task will be to find some food for yourself. Okay. Tired. The heroine has not slept for a long time. Your stamina will gradually decrease until you find a good place to sleep. Poisoned. Your heroine's bloodstream has been poisoned by an enemy attack. Your health will gradually decrease until it wears off or you cure yourself. Freezing. Your heroine has been wandering outside in the cold for too long. Your stamina bar will gradually decrease until you find a place to warm up again. This is interesting. I think we might not be able to explore the environments so freely like we had been able to before. Encumbered, you are carrying more than your strength will allow. Your stamina will gradually decrease until you store some items. Blessed, you have enchanted yourself with the Bless spell, which increases your luck and protection, particularly against undead enemies. Okay. There's haggling. I think fast talk helps here, like communication. Storing items. We have a chest in Adventures Guild, it seems. Okay, we don't need to read this. And there's potion making. A sorceress or any other character with the herbalist skill can brew potions at any alchemical laboratory in the game. One of these is available for your use in Arwendel's room in the castle of Fornsigtuna. Click the hand cursor on the alchemical equipment to bring up the alchemy screen shown below. To create a potion, you must first find or purchase a recipe for it. Then you must gather the ingredients. Certain common ingredients are always available in the laboratory, but others you must bring for yourself. For instance, creating a healing potion will require some troll blood, which you must obtain for yourself. I think this is a very fine addition to the game because in most of the quest regularies, the alchemists, NPCs, or the proprietors of the apothecaries, they always ask for bring me dragon scales, bring me this herb, or bring me that item or something. I can make you healing potions, I can make you stamina potions, they tell us. Well, this time we can collect them and make the potions ourselves if we learn herbalism. It's more enjoyable than just turning in the materials to an NPC, I think. Combat is a lot like regular 3. Right. Adventurer's Guidebook. The Aesir. Okay, this is more lore about the myth and the world of this game. Pronunciation guide. Let's look at this. Asgard. Aesir. Aesir, not Aesir. Aesir. Midgard. Draug. Fornsigtuna. Dwargar. Gandvik. Argbui. Gastropnir. Jotun. Janvidir. Jan, not Yarn. Janvidir. Swart Alfar. Munawagir. Munawagir. So R's are not pronounced. Munawagir. Wardir. Niflheim. Swart Alfheim. Alright. I'm not going to read all of them. Pages of A Tale of Two Kingdoms. So these people have other games that you can find on their website. They all look interesting. I don't remember if I played any of the other ones, but they do look interesting. So again, this is an adventure game studio. It's Rise of the Valkyrie again. Remember the rabbit scene in Full Throttle? Heroine's Quest is an adventure RPG hybrid. Like in many adventure games, you have a world to save and must use your wits, guile, and inventory to puzzle your way through. Like in many role-playing games, you can customize your character with various classes and skills, and must train yourself in combat to stand a chance against the fierce monsters in your way. The game is designed in the spirit and atmosphere of the classics and strives to have the same high quality of art, music, and plot. With multiple character classes and several solutions to many puzzles, the game has excellent replayability. Explore the rich world of Norse mythology, 3 character classes with separate side quests, use your strength as a warrior, the arcane arts as a sorceress, wits and guile as a rogue, or create a hybrid with skills from multiple classes. 32 distinct voice actor characters with animated portraits, over 100 hand-painted backgrounds, and 1000 sprites and animations. Mini monsters including giants, trolls, and Svartalfar. High replayability due to optional quests, alternative solutions, and the 3 different classes. So yep, that's all. We can now move on to the actual game. All right. It sates itself on the lifeblood of fated man. I was too late. Well, it was a quote from Poetic Edda, I think. Yes, we want a tutorial. Heroine's quest offers 3 different classes. Okay, we have read this way too many times. The rogue uses guile and charm to make her way through life. She uses trickery and out-of-the-box thinking to evade obstacles. Do you accept this class? Yes. Alright, we are going to hybridize with magic and herbalism. It should make for an interesting character, I think. Even though we start with low skills all around, we can always grind like we have done in the past. Midgard. As Odin watches from above, a lone traveler braves the cold, following her calling. You see Trivaldi? No! Ouch.
Master!
We have returned.
Very good. Have you done as I asked? The stranger will be dead by now.
We knocked her out cold
And then we left her for the dawn.
to turn to stone in the daylight.
Oh, yes. You did what?
We did a fine job.
Are you not pleased, Master?
As you see, he's not very smart.
Insufferable fools! Do you realize that humans do not turn into stone in daylight? I told you humans do not turn to stone.
This was your idea.
It was not. You said it first.
You are such a liar.
How dare you call me that?
A liar and bad of hearing, too.
Shut up! Vivaldi! Yes, Master.
At your service, Master.
It is imperative that we obtain the eyes. You know who your other targets are? The big man.
And the small man.
Precisely. Do not botch this, Vivaldi. I shall be most displeased if you should fail. As you say, Master.
We shall not disappoint you.
Now go! Go quickly!
Chapter 1, Traveler.
You are awake? More or less. My head feels like it was struck by a thunderbolt. At least you are warm. My husband found you outside in the snow. This is not a good winter for traveling. So it would appear. Thank you for taking me here. I am in your debt. No need for that. Then please tell me your name. Hervor. I run the Adventurers Guild here in Fort Sigtuna. I live here with my husband Voland and our son Jaime.
Are you the guildmaster?
Are you the Guildmaster?
I don't have to read.
No, merely the caretaker. Is there something you need of the guild? Where did the Guildmaster go? He had to leave town. I know not why. I believe he traveled east. Are there other adventurers here? None, save yourself. What is in the chest in the corner? You can use it to store your equipment. Nobody else shall touch its contents. Can you train me? We shall see. Draw your weapon.
It's recommended that you use the keyboard for combat. The default keys are shown on the left. You can redefine these on the in-game control panel. Okay. Herald will explain. Enemies tend to give you an opening between their attacks. For the best is I'll strike then. If you attack while the enemy is trying to hit you, you'll likely get hurt in the process and do less damage as a result. Okay. Okay.
Move forward to strike.
I am trying.
You have 3 attack maneuvers. Some
Oh,
work
maybe not
better
yet.
against certain enemies. Move diagonally away to dodge. Learn when to dodge left and when right. Move down to duck. This is safe but tiring for you. You may learn special maneuvers later. Do not forget that you can run away from most enemies.
Okay. He wants me to run away.
Move forward to strike.
So for some reason, numpad is not working.
You have 3 attack maneuvers. Some work better against certain enemies. Move
Which
diagonally
is
away to
sad.
dodge. Learn when to dodge left and when right. Move down to duck. This is safe. but
I'm going to have to
tiring
use
for
these.
You may learn special maneuvers later. Do not forget that you can run away from most enemies.
Alright then.
That is enough training for now. As you wish.
Oh, I could have done it a lot. Can set the combat difficulty. Yeah, we should check it out.
No,
I would like to buy some of your wares.
I would like to buy some of your wares.
What's she
the
selling?
winter keeps us short on supplies. I could sell you a healing draught.
Nah, I don't have any coin.
Are there any tasks that need doing?
Check the notice board in the guild house.
What can you tell me about the city?
Fornsigtuna. Walk around and you shall see.
Who is your husband?
His name is Voland. He is the city smith and father to our son, Jaime.
Where in the forest did you find me?
My husband is the one who found you. You should ask him.
I bid you farewell.
You must be hungry.
By the gods, I feel like I haven't eaten in days.
You likely have not. I would extend hospitality to you, but we have little food to spare. It is a harsh winter, and we have our son to feed.
I understand. I do not mean to impose on you.
You should find food soon, lest you starve.
I had a bag of supplies with me, but it appears to be missing.
I do not know. I am sure you could hunt or find something edible in the woods. You are welcome to stay here at the guild house.
Yes, I shall do that. Thank you for your help.
Move the mouse to the top, okay. Let's get normal difficulty, max speed. I'm going to turn the music down a little bit. Alright, before we actually start, I'm going to take a very quick break. I shall be back very, very soon. Alright, I'm here. You take out the quill and sign your name in the adventurer's logbook. Score! You eagerly check behind the painting for hidden buttons or even a well safe. Unfortunately, you find nothing but bricks. Oh. Courier sought to deliver a letter. Please inquire at Sleipner's Tavern, Litrasir. The mystic Orwandal seeks mystic herbs of mystical power for use in ritual mysticism and shall pay in true magic for this herb if a viable specimen of the mystic herb is found. So, this character Orwandal speaks in a very particular manner where... what's that called? It's... I do not know the words. I cannot remember it. It's a common mistake done in speech or writing where you repeat the same thing in different words. You say the same thing in 2 or more different ways in a sentence, and this guy does it as much as he can with every sentence. So it's going to be enjoyable, I think. I, Jarl Ylfing, third of that name, promise a reward of 500 silver to the one who can end the Fimbulwinter that plagues our lands. The assistance of a brave hero is requested to repel an invasion of dastardly goblins. Direct your inquiries to the King Vortigern in the realm of Thalen. Okay. It's not very heroic to take somebody else's trophy from the guild house. Let's sneak. R is running. Let's sneak.
Lithrazir brought this here before the Holt became frozen. It was slain by the last guildmaster.
A large trophy head is attached to the wall, locked perpetually in an angry snarl. It appears to be a cross between a wolf and a dragon, if such a thing is possible.
These are not real.
The pelt of a slain animal lies on the floor. It appears to have been a rather large bear. It looks rather comfortable next to the fireplace. An elegant painting hangs next to the quest board. It appears to depict a farmhouse in a winter environment that's unfamiliar to you.
This comes from an evil wizard.
You have a surprise for me in Nebuchad's Discord? Let me check. Alright. Alright. I'm glad you are having fun.
Diaries of Past Heroes.
It's Chuck the Plant. Chuck the Plant. I remember I chucked the plant in Day of the Tentacle, right? And the Moose Trophy was in every Quest regular game Adventures Guild. You peer inside the closet but find nothing that would be used to you. If you are looking for the door out of here, that would be in the bottom middle of the room. Okay. Oops. You feel like you haven't eaten in several days. You had best take care of that before you starve. Whoever suggested finding something edible, that sounds like a good idea. It's unfortunate that you lost your pack of supplies and toolkit in the avalanche. If nobody took it, perhaps it's still where you left it. Note the icon in the top left corner will appear when you're hungry, freezing, or under some other condition. Click on it for information. We read about them in the manual. If the condition affects your stamina, then your stamina bar will be displayed beside it. You will hurt yourself if you run out, and can recover it by resting. Oh, you run out of stamina. Your first challenge in Heroine's quest is learning to survive in the harsh environments. However, you can disable cold and hunger by using the control panel to set difficulty to its minimum.
Hello, you must be the new traveler. My name is Jaime. Mother and I took care of you when Father dragged you out of the snow. Are you better now? You were really cold when you came in.
I am well enough, thanks to your help. What brave warrior are you?
I am Jaime Volenson, warrior in training in the service of Jarl Ylfing. I'm going to be a mighty dragon slayer. I am learning to fight really well. Got my own sword, too. Next year I go study tactics so I can be a big leader.
What is Fonsiktuna like?
It is the best city in the world. The strong walls here can stand against any troll. Well, you and I can climb over it, but trolls are too dumb for that. We are ruled by a good Jarl, and my father is his smith and supplier. Is that not great? What city could be better?
I can think of a few.
Can you tell me of your father?
My father is the best smith in Midgard. He works for Jarl Ylfing and makes weapons for his soldiers. He is real strong, too, and he teaches me to use the sword.
And what about your mother?
My mother takes care of the Venturers Guild. She does not talk a lot, but she is really strong, too.
How is your training going?
You're an adventurer, are you not? My mother said you were venturing and staying at the Venturing Guild. I want to be a venturer when I am bigger. They get to travel anywhere.
Business venture.
And everybody likes them because they have courage and honor. That means they do the right thing. You must be nice to people and help them, even if you do not like them. And you cannot threaten folks just because you are stronger. And then you get to kill dragons.
Let us speak of the woodlands.
It is the forest around Forn Sigtuna. It is full of wolves and trolls, so Mother says I must not go too far from the city wall. There's lots of trees, of course, but there may be another village somewhere. There could even be Jabberwocks in the woods.
Are the trolls dangerous?
Trolls are big and strong, and they are very stupid. I am not afraid of trolls, and when I grow up, I will go into the forest with my sword, and they shall call me Troll Slayer. Since you are a heroine, I'm sure you can slay trolls already. I hope you will make our forest safe again for all of us.
So what is a Jabberwock?
I have not seen that creature, but Mother told me it has jaws that bite and claws that catch, and it has a bird that goes jub-jub.
What?
It is so frumious, you know, that you must be very brilliant to catch it in the borogoves.
What's this boy about? Is it a wooden sword?
Is that a wooden sword?
Yes, I have a real sword. I call it Blood Gang.
Blood gang.
My father has made a very magical sword and put it in a tree. I think it is for me when I am strong enough. But I need to train first.
Alright, enjoy your food and lurk.
Can you tell me where to find food?
Most people go into the forest when they need food. There are animals you can kill and eat, like a boar. There are also roots and plants to eat, but I like the meat better.
Good luck with your training.
Come back soon and tell me about your ventures.
As you have seen, dialogue options turn grey. Okay. Character reactions may depend on who else is in the room. For instance, asking about Voland may give a different result if Voland is present. Nice! In cases where this lets you miss important information, dialogue option will remain white to remind you to ask again when an interrupting character is not in the room. Oh, that's cool. That's cool to know. Nice. Alright, actually, what's our score? Where do we see our score? I do not have a map yet. I do not have a weapon yet. Score is 3. So let's make a save here. If we screw up looking for food, we can reload from here.
It is good to see that you have made it to our city, which you are seeing now. The Jarl of the city will want to see you in the morning, inside the city. I will see you there.
This is what I was talking about. It's only going to get worse. Not better. You dig out enough roots to make a provisory meal for yourself. It's hardly a feast, but will keep you from going hungry. You found food using your herbalism skill. Many tasks in the game require you to have a minimum level in certain of your heroine skills. You can train skills simply by using them. For instance, to train magic, simply cast a lot of spells. Every time you cast has a chance of improving your skill. Click the face button on the command bar to see your current skill levels. Okay. Alright, so we found some food already. Let's look for our backpack. You consider that by moving stealthily through the woods, you are less likely to draw the attention of nasty enemies. That sounds like a great plan. That's what I had in mind, not raising stealth, not at all. Oh. What's our score? 6. Let's try climbing. You are so exhausted it hurts to move. You had best get some rest from. Oh, of course. Sneaking uses up our stamina. How fast am I going to kill myself? Oh, I very quickly killed myself. Okay. What if I rest here? Will I die? Of cold. You sit down and rest for an hour or so. And I froze to death. Okay then. This is tough. The cold and hunger. Look at our stamina. Okay, now a combat too. I think we are screwed basically. Ooh. Kills us in 2 hits. Okay. Yeah, this is tough. Let's go to the city. I have to be very careful. Okay, let's stop sneaking. Food. For sink tuna or for sick tuna? Forn sick tuna.
You must be the new traveler in town.
Oh.
Hervor has told me about...
Okay, let me try this again. You take it and quietly sneak out of the room. You found food using your stat skill. Main tasks in the game require you to have a minimum level. It's okay, same thing. This meat will feed the elite treats. It's edible roots, nourishing but not very tasty. Okay, let's eat this. That tasted good. Still feeling a bit weak from your ordeal in the snow, you feel good to explore the city some more, then have a good night of sleep in the Adventurers Guild house. Okay, I think the one reason why we had so low stamina was also because we were still hungry. I forgot to eat the food that we found.
You must be the new traveler in town. Hervor has told me about you and your ordeal in the snow. It is good to see a new face and news from the rest of the world. And so I bid you welcome to the Sleipnir Tavern.
Please tell me about yourself.
My name is Lithrasir. I run the Sleipnir Inn, meaning I keep the people in town here happy in the face of Ragnarok through judicious application of alcohol. Sleipnir is the 8-legged steed of Odin the Single-Eyed. Loki, forger of evil, had hired a mighty frost giant to construct a keep for him. But the Jotun would only be paid if the task was done within 3 seasons. So, to ensure the Jotun's work would run late, Loki the Sly turned himself into a mare to distract the Jotun's horse from helping him. The plan worked, and the Jotun left without payment. But as a result, Loki the giant thief gave birth to the horse Sleipnir.
What can you tell me about the city?
Lots of things, if you want to hear them. Being a barkeep means you hear all the tales. Some people get very talkative in my inn, if they do not pass out from a drink too many.
Tell me of Voland the smith.
The local smith frequently comes to the Sleipnir Inn for a drink and some gambling. A good enough fellow, if a bit quiet for my taste. Hervor is really happy with him.
What do you know about Hervor?
Hervor is my closest friend here in Forn Sigtuna, and she runs the Adventurers Guild. I promise you, the two of us would never gossip about you.
Sure, why do I not believe it?
Surely you have met Jaime.
Of course I have. He is the light of the town, with his enthusiasm and his wooden sword. I bet he would charge straight at a dragon if we had any.
And get himself killed?
What do you know of Munarvigir?
Oh, the people from Munavagir are nice enough. At least, one of them is.
Did you need a letter delivered?
Yes, I do. There are not many people traversing the forest in the Fimbulwinter, and some of us have gotten it into our heads that Munavagir is somehow our enemy. So, I would like you to find your way through all the evil snow, talk to the oh-so-scary humans in Munavagir, and give this letter to the resident healer. Lith is his name.
What can you tell me of the forest?
I have traveled through the woods a few times, but am not an expert. I find the Holt near Munavagir very beautiful.
I would like to buy some of your wares.
You are welcome to them. What can I get for you?
Can I buy some cooking herbs?
Normally, I would sell you a full meal. But as we are short on supplies, I can still offer you some tasty herbs to spice up your own cooking.
Ooh. I think this is a one-time buy which improves the meat we cook or so. I mean, I'm guessing. Regardless, we don't have any coin. I mean, we have 15.
Do you have rations for sale?
So sorry, but we do not have enough food left in Fornsigtuna to sell it. Perhaps you should go out and hunt?
Yeah, if I don't freeze to death, I would.
Please sell me a stamina potion.
I stock some stamina potions brewed by Lith, the kind healer in Munavagir. I am told they even give you the resilience to withstand poison. Would you like one?
Alright, this is 20. Not that expensive, I guess.
I would like to buy some mead.
You are aware that drinking mead will not make you warmer, yes? It will merely make you feel that way.
Oh.
But you will freeze just as quickly. Anyway, I have my family's recipe for mead, and am happy to sell you some.
Oh, very cheap.
Well, looks like you will be going thirsty today.
Looks like it. Let's try again.
Clever enough to make the same bid twice, but I am not falling for that.
Okay. How about 2?
Well, looks like you will be going thirsty today.
Oh, fine. I'm not buying it.
Please get me a drink.
I am preparing food now. Please come back later in the day.
I wish you good health.
Be careful out there. Yonvadir is dangerous, and the winter is cold.
Okay. Wait, did I see some sparkling? Somewhere? Oh no, it was just water dripping. So what's the store? Lock tightly. Alright. You wave at the snowman. It may be just a trick of the winds, but you think that one of its arms moves to wave back at you. Oh. Okay. As the sign over the door indicates, this is a provision merchant. As the sign on the door indicates, it has been closed for a while. Right, the city is not really active, lively, is it?
How can I help you?
Please tell me about yourself.
I am a soldier of Fornsigtuna in the fealty of Jarl Ilfing.
What is Fornsigtuna like?
Fornsigtuna is the capital of this region and a powerful trade city between the forest and the vast seas. The walls were put up by Odin Greybeard himself and stand strong against all the wolves and trolls in the region.
What can I find in Yarnvadir?
If it is tall tales you want, I suggest you visit the Sleipnir Inn around sunset.
Thank you for your time.
You're welcome. You have no business.
Do I really? Can I pickpocket? Okay, so you are sneaking around like common criminal and attempting to touch people. It seems to me that you are trying to pick someone's pockets. It's up to you to decide the ethics of the situation. However, should somebody notice you, there will be consequences. Forewarned is forearmed. If you want to steal from people, just try again. If you don't, go out of stealth mode before you try to touch anyone. No, I want to try. Try to pick guard's pocket, but you are not inconspicuous enough. The guard calls for help.
In the name of Jarl Ylfing, you are under arrest.
What did I do wrong? Did I talk to
How
this
can
guy? Yeah.
Thank
You're
Okay, maybe we do not pickpocket the guards. We could pickpocket anyone else, but not the guard. I guess. Oh, boots. Free boots. You try on the boots and find they fit you well enough. They are certainly warmer than your old boots. You surmise that the crate is meant to hold supplies or firewood, but the winter has been going long enough for it to be empty except for the snow. Okay, we are cold and tired again. Let's go inside the smith.
Welcome to my smithy, traveler. 'Tis good to see you have recovered to fight once more.
Fights, slow down,
These are
champion.
troubled times for Fornsictuna, with trolls and worse on the loose, and a harsh winter that has lasted longer than it should.
Tell me who you are.
I am Voland, son of Arkvith, blacksmith of Fornsictuna, and proven warrior to the Jarl. I live in the northeast part of the city, with my wife Hervor and our son Jaime.
What can you tell me about the city?
Fornsictuna is the grandest city in this part of Midgard. It is the capital of Yarnvadir and the major trade destination on Lake Ganvik. There is a village southeast of here, which is under protection of our Jarl, even though the inhabitants do not wish to be.
What do you know about Hervor, his wife?
What do you know about Hervor?
Beautiful
Hervor.
Hervor and I are happily married, and we have our son Jaime growing up to be a fine warrior.
How is your son doing?
I am very proud of Jaime. He is already shaping up to become a powerful warrior. It will not be long before he wields a true blade instead of a wooden one.
He practices every day.
What do you think of Lithrasir?
The Lady Lithrasir runs the local tavern, Sleipnir's Inn. She's a good friend of my wife.
I want to thank you for saving me.
Think nothing of it. I would not have anyone freeze to death in the Fimbulwinter.
Where in the forest did you find me?
The woods of Yarnvadir surround us in all directions. I found you northeast of
Northeast,
here, partly
okay.
buried under an avalanche. You are lucky that your bright cloak stood out against the snow.
Northeast.
There were tracks of a troll nearby, so if you are missing anything, it is likely the trolls have it. You had best be careful when traveling. In the Fimbulwinter, there are fierce wolves and trolls about, and all of them hungry.
I would like to buy some of your wares.
I craft the finest weapons and armor in this land. What is it that you need?
Finest armor
I
in the
bet she wants
land.
a big weapon. The best heroes always have the biggest swords, and sharp ones too.
Please sell me a warhammer.
Please sell me a warhammer.
The Warhammer is a suitable weapon for any Viking, especially against creatures too tough to slash. Judging by your posture, you do not have the skill to use this weapon.
Hey, don't be judgmental.
I will buy this pick from you.
It is a simple tool, but well crafted. I would be happy to sell it to you.
Okay, this looks like an important item. Let's try to get this.
Surely you are not serious.
I am, in fact, very serious.
Surely you are not serious.
Who is Shirley?
Surely you are not serious. Surely you are not serious.
Okay. Our skill is not helping us at all.
I expect you to offer more than your previous bid.
Well, you expect wrong. Fine, I will
Done.
take it. You can use the action menu, press spacebar to switch your equipped weapon. Oh, pick is a weapon? I mean, can be a weapon at least.
I'm interested in buying chainmail.
A wise choice. If you plan to do a lot of traveling, then you need the best protection to keep you safe.
Ooh. Maybe not, maybe not.
Do you have a dagger for close combat?
These handcrafted daggers make an excellent melee weapon, and they can serve as a tool to skin
Ooh, I
animal
should have
hide.
bought the dagger. Oh, maybe I still can.
Surely you are not serious. Surely you are not serious.
Come on, please go down to 6. Please
Surely
go down
you are
to
not
6.
serious. Surely you
No,
are
come
not
on.
serious.
Just one more gold piece. Right,
Do you
let's try this like this.
My craft is the finest in the land. Make me a better offer.
Okay.
Show me your throwing daggers.
Although small, my daggers are sharp enough to pierce the skin of any animal.
We are so exhausted.
Surely. Surely.
The battle axe looks impressive.
A powerful warrior needs a powerful weapon. And what could serve you better than a two-bladed axe?
A dagger.
Judging by your posture, you do not have the skill to use this weapon.
Yeah.
Let us speak later.
May your blade always be keen.
Welcome back. We have throwing daggers, it seems. But this is our inventory. Oh, we have a dagger. We have to, of course we have our daggers, right?
Hello, hero lady. Do you have some good stories for me?
What is Fonsektuna like?
It is the best city in the world. We are ruled by a good Jarl, and my father is his smith.
Well said, son.
What do you think of Lithrasir?
Lithrasir is friends with my mother. She often stares out the window. I think that it's because she's not married and she misses it. Maybe she can marry Snorri, because he is also not married.
Let us speak of the woodlands.
It is the forest around Fornsigtuna. It is full of wolves and trolls, so mother says I must not go too far from the city wall. There's lots of trees, of course, but
Do you know of the blue icy flowers?
the flowers are pretty, but mother told me to never touch them.
Why not?
They are magical flowers. They are cold, deadly to animals.
I usually walk by them early in the afternoon. It's a good spot for training my sword.
Good luck.
Come back.
What is it?
Are you the...
No. If you need...
Are...
No.
Okay.
What can...
There are raiders and vargs by day, trolls and undead by night. Avoid the trolls. Of what would you hear?
Do you know of the blue icy flowers?
Magical flowers. Never touch them.
They are very cold, and when you touch them, you also become very cold, and that is unpleasant. I think sometimes birds or squirrels get frozen to the spot.
Star...
May your...
Why do I keep gaining willpower, by the way? And score. Can I pickpocket time me? You try to pick Jaime's pocket, but you're not in cosplay. Come on, it's just a kid. Whoever calls for help. Aww.
In the name of...
Okay, we suck. We suck.
In the name...
Alright, so we can fail once, and no one calls for help, I guess. Let me test that theory.
Come again.
Hello, hero.
Yeah,
Good
no
luck.
one
Come back
cares.
soon. Hello.
Oh,
Good. Come. Hello.
do I gain fast talk if I do this?
Good. Come. Good. Good. Good luck. Come.
Yeah. Yes.
No.
Let.
May your...
What's this?
That gemstone is none of your business. If you want something...
Right. Let's continue. Come again. Yeah. Hey, who are you?
So you're the one the Jarl sent for. I would think that stopping the Fimbulwinter is a man's job.
I'm not another of you. Come on.
Tell me who you are.
I am dismayed to learn that my reputation does not precede me. The name is Snorri. I'm a loyal clansman to Ilfing, captain of the guard, and connoisseur extraordinaire of fine drinks. And since you seem to be the adventuring type, perhaps I even have a task for you. A quest, if you will.
And what is that?
Ah, so nice of you to ask. You see, a gemstone that belonged to my father has gone missing. It is an heirloom of sorts, and I am greatly attached to it. I would highly appreciate it if you could recover it for me.
Is it the gemstone
I
of
shall
none of
see
my
what
business?
I can do. What can you tell me about the city?
The shining star of Jarnvidir. Just look around you and admire its build and its history. Although it is getting short of food right now, you could surely use one of Thor Giant Slayer's magical goats that can be eaten each evening and grow back during the night. Is
That's
there
bullshit.
someone in particular you would know about?
Tell me of Voland the Smith.
Voland Arkvidsson is a good man, and the weaponsmith for von Sigtuna. He lives in the east part of town with his wife and son.
What do you know about Hervor?
You know, we might freeze to that while
Hervor
talking to this
runs
guy.
the guild house and takes care of all the eager young would-be adventurers we get here. She is not from von Sigtuna. Voland the blacksmith brought her here when they married. Do not be fooled by that frail figure of hers. I've seen her break a man's arm before.
Surely you have met Jaime.
Little Jaime is the child of Voland and Hervor. He wants to be a mighty warrior someday. Just like, well, me. I've given him a practice sword and he works out with it daily. I think he even wanders around at night looking for things to guard.
What do you think of Lithrasir?
Our beautiful Lithrasir takes good care of us in her tavern. Every man in town has his eyes on her. Well, except Voland, of course. But I've heard she has fallen in love with someone out of town. Do not make trouble in her inn, for everyone there would gladly break your nose for her.
Let us speak of the woodlands.
If you wish to hear about Jarnvidir, you've come to the right person. As captain of the guard, I hear all the soldiers' tales.
Are the trolls dangerous?
No, they are very friendly.
Frankly, yes, to all but the most experienced warriors. Their most powerful blow is easy to dodge, because you can see it coming from a mile away. But whenever they block something, they tend to be quick to make a counterattack that you should be ready for. Since their wounds have a tendency to close while they're fighting, your best bet is a heavy weapon that makes big gashes, like a battle axe.
Let us...
You should stay here with us. Pretending to be a hero is just going to get you killed.
I'm going to make you eat those words. Just you wait. Another barred door. Oh, there's something here. You examine the old spear, but decide it's too unwieldy and unbalanced for throwing. Okay. Dog meat. The dog looks at you with a friendly gaze, but doesn't otherwise respond. Can I pet the doggy? Gorm is happy to let you pet him, but he's too well trained to otherwise respond to you. Aww. Alright, this is all of Forcing tonight. It's not a very big place. Let's go back to the Tavern Keeper. I'm sure there are new options to speak of.
Welcome, traveler. We may be in an endless winter with our food supplies running out, but I can still serve you a drink if you like.
What can you tell me about the city?
Lots of things. If you...
Let us speak about Snorri.
Oh, he can talk smoothly enough, but you should know that he has a girl in every port town within 100 miles, and then some.
Are there many port towns around here? I didn't get that impression.
I would... You...
Please, come. Can I see some ID, please?
What?
What? This is the Middle Ages. IDs will not be invented for a few more centuries.
Yes, but this game is suitable for all ages, so we cannot show rampant alcoholism.
Fine, just give me soda.
Coming right up.
Wink,
the
wink,
first
nudge,
one
nudge.
is free.
As you down your drink, you think you feel warmer.
I wish you good health.
Be careful out there. Yonvadir is dangerous, and the winter is cold.
Yeah.
Wink, wink, nudge, nudge.
Exactly. At least not in an entirely terrible way. It was somewhat funny, I guess. Not the best joke. It was nice. Okay, let's ask these guys about Snorri.
Yes, what is it? Sigtuna, there.
Let us speak about Snorri.
Snorri is my brother in arms. We have proudly fought many battles together. He speaks like a bard, but do not let that fool you. He is a proven warrior thrice over, and a match for my brother Agalaz with the bow.
Let it...
May your...
Hello. It is...
Well...
Let us speak about Snorri.
Snorri is a warrior for Jarl Ulfin. He also looks after the city, and if we have a thief here, Snorri puts him in the dungeon. He tells great stories, and he gave me a wooden sword to practice with. And I call it Bloodgang because the sword must have a name. Maybe soon he'll give me a real sword.
What does Bloodgang mean?
Good luck.
Come back.
What is it?
Are you...
No, if...
Okay, I cannot ask her about Snorri.
That gemstone is none of your business.
Yeah, that must be that. Oh, where are you going? Oh, doggy. Hi, doggy. Oh, they are going to the tavern. No, this is the way to the castle. What the heck? Where did they go? Okay. He's fighting the snowman. Was that a bird? No, a bird is lost.
So you're the one the Jarl...
Let us...
Okay.
I will
Be careful.
So you should... So you're...
Alright. Nothing's happening. Maybe Herald went to the guild. Where did Herald go? Did she go out of the city? Oh, northeast, wrong place. We are going to the wrong place. Can we gather more herbs though for food? Search plants carefully, but there aren't enough roots left to eat. Okay. It's evening. Maybe we should go back to the city, see what changed, if anything.
Yes? May
Gazing back at you is a sleek and muscular hunting dog. He bears the symbol of Jarl Ylfing around his neck and appears to be well trained. Cedric! Many birds are native to Yarwidir, and apparently still manage to find food despite the harsh winter. Can I talk to Cedric? Alas, nobody follows your tweet. You knew you should have taken that course on bird language back in Heroine school. I think if we had Animal Can, we could talk to them. We are exhausted.
How can...
You look a lot like the last guard I spoke to.
You look a lot like the last guard I spoke to.
Are you saying all people from this country look alike to you? I find that rather insulting.
Some of my best friends are guards.
Thank you for your time.
You're welcome.
So we cannot rob the place, obviously. Not with the guard standing there. What are you doing here?
What is it?
Are you the...
No. If you need...
Hey, Cedric.
Yes?
Oh, alright. Maybe we can make some money here.
Sure.
You think you can beat us? Feel free to try it.
We could use another player.
And I have the power of save scumming, so help.
The game is called Odin's Dice. We take turns betting, and whoever has the best roll wins that round. It is a game of skill.
Sure. Game of skill.
On your turn, you may choose. First, you can simply bet one coin, and your turn ends. Or second, you may re-roll one or more dice, for which you pay 2 coins. Finally, you may put in 2 coins to reveal your roll and end the round. Simple enough, is it not?
The raven means Odin the Mimir's friend. 3 ravens is the best roll. The hammer stands for Thor, the Earth Warder. So 3 hammers is the second best.
These runes here represent Asgard. 3 runes is the third best roll, followed by 1 each of Raven, Hammer, and Rune. 1 of each, we call it Midgard. Then, you could roll 2 ravens, 2 hammers, or 2 runes, or merely 1 raven, hammer, or rune. The blank sides of die are useless. You do not want those.
I the power of save scum.
Shall we try? Your coin against ours.
Alright. Let's roll. Oh, do I want to keep 1 hammer or 2 runes? No. Wait. Does it mean I keep this or I keep these? Let's try. Let's try once more. No.
Ah, twin ravens. This must be...
No. We lost. Alright. No, not restarts. What is load? F7. Alright, we need to make some money. This is ridiculous. So we need to save scum a little bit. Okay. Come on, one more try.
It is time.
Oh,
Seen me roll out?
he's cheating. Let's reload.
Wicked.
Alright. Nice. Nice.
Amazing.
We win.
You've rolled Asgard. The coins are yours.
Alright, let's save.
So
Wicked.
No, come on. Ooh. Do you think this will work?
Show me what you.
amazing.
Yes.
You've rolled Asgard.
Yes.
The coins are yours.
40. Let's say.
So
Show me.
So
Show me the.
yeah, we lost
No.
all our coin to you and then some. You must be blessed by the Aesir to be so lucky. We will not play with you again.
Just 40. Come on. Well, I mean, still very good, so 11. Just friendly playing, I guess. Or they realize that I have the power of saves coming at my disposal. So they do not play with me.
What is...
Are you?
No, is there...
Who put all these hats on the wall?
Who put all these heads on the wall?
Why am I reading it?
Adventurers like yourself, no doubt.
I...
Wait, what did she sell? Did she sell anything?
No, is...
I would...
The wind... I...
Oh, healing potions. Okay, I don't want it.
I be...
I mean, I don't want to waste the day, waste the night, but I think if we do anything out during the nights, we risk death. But what can we do inside the city, if anything? All the door looks flimsy, you find yourself entirely unable to budget. Is it because we have low stamina, or... Don't you love making little holes in everything? You do have a world to save first, though. Not really. I mean, I'm trying to rob places. Door is locked tight. Okay, door is being closed. Let's climb. Maybe we get some climbing points. Well. Stoll is always told the Santa is right around the gate. You should try some other spots. You are so exhausted it hurts to move. Okay. We didn't even get climbing points. You are not sure whether you would fit climbing through the chimney. You are definitely sure that the front door is a better option in every way. I wanted to get warm. I didn't want to jump in the fire.
Lithrasir brought this here before the Holt became frozen.
Oh, you see your notepad. Why do I have something here? Heroic notepad. Click on any line to edit. Okay, this looks better. We are gaining strengths and climbing. No, we died. We died. I mean, I thought since I wasn't seeing my stamina up here, it was fine, but apparently it was not. So let's try a few times. 1, 2, 3, 4. Seven health, 2 stamina. 6 health, 0 stamina. Two health, 0 stamina. Okay, not good. What is he doing there? Is he peeing? Walden clasps your hand with a grin. From his grip, you can easily believe that he had no trouble digging you out of an avalanche and carrying you back into town. I guess we tried to shake his hand or something. Okay. You try to pick Walden's pocket, but you die. Fine. Nice. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. 3 health. Okay. So I can wait a little bit. I think it uses 4 stamina with every attempt. Okay, we are dying. Oops. If we are careful not to use up our health, we could practice there for a little bit. So 5 stamina. 1 stamina. We are even healing up. Maybe we should do things during the day. We cannot get out of the city anyway. And the other thing we can try is resting instead of sleeping to fill our stamina fast and going back out to train. But then we will be tired due to lack of sleep. You feel you'd need some more practice to get your aim straight. Yeah, obviously. I mean, I clicked here. There might be something in there, but you'll never be able to aim the spell accurately through the flames. What? Oh. I actually found something accidentally. Interesting. So I need to put out the flame first. Okay, how do I put the flames out? I need water, right? So where do I get water? Do I need to buy mead? Also, why am I not gaining any magic? Okay, adjusted. I mean, yeah, but it says it's a special text, so it basically means there's something there. $11 stamina. Let's try climbing a few times more, then go to sleep. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, one more, 6. What's our mana? 7. So it's 6 mana. So one mana for each cast. Two more. Right. We can now sleep, I think. You find yourself a warm spot near the fireplace and fall asleep on the rug.
Mother sent me to check on you. Is there anything you need, hero lady?
Yeah, I need to be left alone.
No, thank you. I'm just exhausted and need some sleep.
You can save our city tomorrow. I'm sure you will. Pleasant dreams.
I can see you, troll. What are you doing here?
What?
He has seen through our cunning hiding place.
Now we must kill him!
Is that so? My mighty sword can fell a tree in a single stroke. When I charge into battle, I kill 3 men with every cut of my blade, and 2 more with my heavy shield. I have fought a dragon, cut off its claws, and made it eat its own tail.
Did you know?
I am Sigurd, son of Sigmund, and I fear no troll.
He talks big for a human.
This shall be fun.
Know this, human. We punch through mountains with a swing of our fist.
Hello, Pencil.
We
Good
have
to see you.
wrestled with the great Jormungand and tied him in a knot.
We scare away kittens by smiling at them.
What was that?
A mighty boast. Oh, yes.
You do not impress anyone by talking about puny kittens.
We can chase off small children.
Shut up. Now the human will laugh at us.
But we can still kill him.
Yes, for this is the human we seek.
The one who has the left eye.
The master shall be pleased with us again. Are you going to talk to yourself all night?
Do not be impatient, puny human.
Hello, Ticklerton.
We
Good to
shall
see
kill
you.
you now and take the left eye from your bleeding corpse.
Oh, yes.
Good to see both of you. How is your Sunday going so far? You wake up the next morning feeling refreshed, but distraught about your vision-like dream about the troll. So it was a dream. Too much family. I see.
My lady, the Jarl Ilfing wishes to speak to you in his castle.
Me?
Yes?
Let
May your blade...
Hello, hero.
Good.
How can I...
Why does the Jarl want to see me?
You are the only traveler
Alright.
who has passed here recently, and I'm told he is expecting you.
Enjoy your work and lurk. Curtain.
What is Jarl Ilfing like?
He is a fair ruler. He has kept our fine city safe for several decades. Although his hair be grey, he can still best most of us in battle.
Thank
you. How can I...
No.
You...
I want to talk to... Okay. Let's try to get some more...
I should tell you that the Jarl's castle is in the other direction.
I know. Let's try to get some new routes, then go see Jarl. Okay, that was all apparently. The bird is much too fast for you to catch. Oh, I wanted bird stew. Oh, Snorri.
So you're the one the Jarl sent for. I would think that stopping... You should...
Has anyone told you are very annoying?
Pensive Elephant redeemed a new Critical Hits title nomination for Minesweeper.
I'm not giving you your points back.
You may enter the audience room of Jarl Ilfing.
Hold on, I do love Minesweeper. It's a serious suggestion. Okay. Is it the game where you play the role of a minesweeper, trying to sweep mines in your occupation as a minesweeper? Real sits on his throne, awaiting your presence, his symbolic key of office hanging proudly beside him. You can choose the warrior minesweeper, the sorceress minesweeper, or the rogue minesweeper.
We bid you welcome to Fornsictuna. Arise, traveler.
Yes, my lord.
I am Ilfing, third of that name, Jarl of Fornsictuna, and Warden of Jarnvidir. At my side is Orvandel, Sage of the Northern Lights, and Keeper of the Rites.
At your service, which I hope is serviceable.
What is your name?
I am Mithril, cunning thief and stealer of... Okay. I am Mithril and I wish to become a hero.
I wish to become a hero.
That is precisely why we have called you. Of late, Fornsictuna is troubled. The winter has been far longer and colder than normal, and the city is running out of food and supplies. The woods of Jarnvidir around us are becoming dangerous. Wolves, trolls, and undead are on the prowl, and there have been sightings of giants. The people are starting to call this the Fimbulvinter, which is prophesied to last until the world ends. However, we fear the cold may be magical in origin.
I have used my magic to seek out where the source of the winter is coming from. It appears that a powerful spellcaster seems to be behind this winter's origin. But this spellcaster is casting spells to shield himself from my seeking, which is why my seeking spell cannot find this shielded spellcaster.
Therefore, we decided to find an ally of courage and skill to investigate our problems, and to aid us against the trolls, ere we all freeze of winter. And so, we ask for your aid. When I heard of your arrival yesterday, I told my guards to send you here first thing in the morning. Will you accept this charge?
Does it come with coin?
Very good. I am told you are staying at the Adventurers Guildhouse. You may reside there for as long as you need. I shall have some rations delivered there, although the city has little food to spare. However, I do not think a true adventurer would have trouble finding food.
As a magical preparation, I have prepared a magic scroll with the magic of the Vatir's blessing, which shall serve as a map of your travels and map them magically.
Thank you. Will this map also allow me to teleport to other places?
No, it is not that powerful. You are a traveling heroine, so you should expect to do some traveling, so you can do heroic deeds while you travel. However, the map will tell you where to go, so that you can go where the map tells you to.
That will be all. We wish you safe travels, and hope to speak to you later when you have something important to report.
Yes, my lord.
You should not be able to suggest anything else today. It's once per person per stream. Did the caster cast shield to hide shield from the caster that casts shield? Something like that. You now have a map, which will automatically show all places you've been to. Use the action menu to see it, or press the M key as a shortcut. Let's see. Well... No!
In the name of...
I have always had 2 tries so far.
You may enter...
Yeah, I think we have to look. We have to look around again. Maybe? No. Okay, the castle is the castle. The different rooms are not different spots on the map. Let's say exploring. Okay.
Greetings again, traveler. As it is not the first time that I greet you, I am sure we are both busy people. If you have pressing matters, I am not too busy to discuss those with you again. How may I be of assistance on this Thor's Day, or can I otherwise help by assisting you?
What is Fonsigtuna like?
Fonsigtuna is the city that we live in, which is called Fonsigtuna. It contains numerous houses in which people live, as well as the castle where the Jarl of Fonsigtuna lives. The Jarl who lives in the castle is named Ylfing, and I am in the service of Jarl Ylfing of Fonsigtuna. Jarl Ylfing is the Jarl of this city, and is a descendant of the clan Ylfing, who have traditionally ruled Fonsigtuna as its Jarl. There are numerous people in this city about which I could spread gossip, but since doing so would be spreading gossip, I choose not to share information with you about the numerous people in this city, lest I become known as a gossip.
Did you catch all that?
I read that you are in need of herbs.
Being a somewhat skilled alchemist, I employ my alchemy to brew potions to restore my magical power, or mana. These potions are known as mana potions, and are both potable and potent. However, I find I am lacking a particular ingredient, which I currently lack, and which is a necessary ingredient for my potable potions of magical mana. This ingredient is known as Artemisia vulgaris, or more commonly known as
Yeah, I
mugwort.
fixed that.
If you know this ingredient, please locate me a suitable supply, so that I can use this to supply my alchemy with ingredients.
What can I find in Yarnvadir?
Since Fonsigtuna lies within a forest, the city is surrounded by a forest. You cannot usually see this forest because there are trees that get in the way of your view of the forest. The forest is known as Yarnvadir, or the Iron Wood. This name is a contradiction since wood is not made of iron, which it contradicts. Or perhaps whoever named this forest simply likes to play golf in the forest. If you would know details of the forest called Yarnvadir, which is the forest in which Fonsigtuna is located, then please ask me details about this forest.
What do you know about trolls?
Most well known of the trolls is Thrivoldi, who is a two-headed troll who roams the forest with his two heads.
Yeah.
It is
Very
said that one
important.
head is named Thri, and the other of his two heads is named Voldi. Although this would lead to a quarrel between the two heads of the troll regarding which head should claim which part of the name Thrivoldi. It is said that Thrivoldi is in the service of Egther, a frost giant who is the master of the two-headed troll.
Do you know of the blue icy flowers?
These dangerous flowers are alchemical components, which I sometimes use for alchemical purposes, but they are dangerous to use as components. You should not touch the flowers, and while you avoid touching them, certainly avoid stepping into the flower bed, because you would be touching them with your legs. The alchemical flowers are deadly to touch, which is why they are dangerous. Do not touch them unless you want to touch a deadly flower.
Please tell me about yourself.
I am Orvindel, Sage of the Northern Lights and Keeper of the Rites, and occasionally Keeper of the Northern Lights and Sage of the Rites, but only on occasion. Aside from keeping rites, I use my sage advice to advise Jarl Ylfing about ritual matters, and when it matters to be sagacious, I aim to do the right thing.
No.
I am curious what magic you have for sale.
Since you ask me what I sell, I could sell you a magic potion or two, which are potions that I have created through magic. If you have the talent, I can also sell you a spell of shadow and a spell of flame, but these require the talent of magic to use.
Tell me about the shadow spell.
Never fear if you need to escape from some creature that you are afraid of. The shadow spell creates an illusory duplicate of you, and compels the creature that you fear to focus its attention on the illusion rather than on you, enabling you to escape from its fearful presence.
Wow, it's not too expensive. I'm not paying for it yet.
I would like a healing potion.
As sorceress advisor to Jarl Ylfing, our Jarl, my sorcery extends to battle magic and divination, yet I am not a sorcerer who heals people. I do not manufacture healing draught with my sorcery.
Please sell me a stamina potion.
As long as you still have the stamina to drink this potion, the potion that you just drank will replenish your stamina so that you can drink yet another potion.
Do you have any mana potions?
I manufacture and sell mana potions, which are vials of potion that would restore your mana, and which I create so that other people can purchase these potions from me in order to have their mana restored by the potion.
Great explanation. Perfect.
I need something to keep me warm.
Certainly. I have this magical device that will magically keep you warm if you place the device magically around your neck. It is made from real wool, very magical.
You mean a scarf?
Well, actually it is a scarf, and it will keep you warm as a scarf, which is almost like magic, except that instead of using magic, you can use a scarf.
Yeah, I want the scarf.
That is a laughable offer, and I will laugh at it because of how laughable it is. Offer me a better deal, so that we may laugh together at a more suitable offer. That is a laughable offer. That is a laugh. That is a...
Come on.
You...
Well, that is a laugh. That is...
You...
Well, actually, I find your offer acceptable. Therefore, I accept your offer and offer you the wares that you were being offered, so that you may accept them.
Can you give me an empty flask?
That is a lot.
Let's buy 2 for now.
I find your offer...
I am looking for a magic staff.
If that is all the help you need, then I can help you with that. A magic combat staff will help you to cast your magic in combat through the staff, magically.
Magically. Oh, it's not very expensive.
I am interested in the flame spell.
The flame aura spell will create an aura of flame around you.
See?
This aura is primarily useful in combat, as the flames of the aura will repel or even hurt an enemy trying to wound you through the aura. In addition, this aura of fire can set things on fire, and its display of fire looks great at parties.
I wish...
It is time that I return to my duties, because I am dutiful and I have a duty to return to. I'm sure you can return later, and I will make it my duty to return speaking to you when you return.
Yep. That is this guy. $17. Oh, we should. Oh yeah, we are wearing it. Nice. The mysterious glow seems to come from somewhere to the west. You feel drawn towards it, as if by magic, perhaps fate. You seem to have found the source of the mysterious glow, but what is it?
Enter.
Be welcome.
We were expecting you.
Mortal woman.
Of mortal born.
What do you call yourself?
I am Mithril, legendary trickster and skald of 100 songs.
I am a legendary trickster and skald of 100 songs.
Boastful words.
Shall you live up to them?
Fate will know.
O'er people's dwellings, we three descend of Makdosir's maidens.
Laws we made there, and life allotted to the sons of man, and set their fates.
While Bralan's towns were trembling all, there the golden threads of fate we wove, and in the moon's hall fast we made them. We are the Norns. I am Earth, who sees the past.
I am Verthandi, who watches the present.
I am Skuld, who guards the future.
Speak now, mortal.
Talk, you who seeks heroism.
Ask, and glimpse your fate.
You could have been a wizard, Pensive Elephant. You can certainly speak like a wizard.
Why have I been called here?
You have the makings of a heroine, and with time, you may prove yourself worthy of that title.
Already you have seen a vision of a man imperiled. More shall follow, so that you can come to their aid.
It was such a vision that led you here, where fate needs you. The sorcerer Aruvandel was but a focus.
What endangers this realm?
Ages ago, the gods of Asgard, led by Odin Thunderer, fought the Frost Giants and drove them off to Jotunheim.
Many of the giants made peace with the Aesir gods and accepted their defeat. Others sharpen their axes and seek revenge.
One of their number traveled to Asgard in peace and became friend of Thor the Terrible and blood brother to Odin One-Eye. His name was Loki the Crafty.
But Loki Laufeyson was a trickster and played his pranks recklessly. He cut off the golden hair of Thor's wife Sif and had the goddess Idun kidnapped by the giant Thiassi.
When Loki's machinations caused the death of Odin's son, Baldur, the wise Odin was enraged. He took Loki, forger of evil, to the darkest depths of Svartalfheim and bound him there for the ages.
And there he lies still, bound by the entrails of his son,
endlessly tortured by a venomous snake. The wrath of Odin the Hooded is a terrible thing.
But other giants still roam the worlds who have sworn revenge on the gods. One of them lives in the woods of Jarnvadir.
His name is Ecthir
Oh, you
the
think so?
Jotun. He has caused the great Fimbulwinter that ravages the land. He seeks to free Loki the Bound, and requires the eyes of Thiassi to do so.
Should Ecthir succeed, then Loki Wolfsfather shall lead the giants into direct war with the gods, which can only have one outcome.
Ragnarok.
Twilight of the Gods.
The end of the world.
You should have said, the old woman sounds a bit like Adria from Diablo, which is an old woman from Diablo who sounds like the old woman. Or something like that.
Great anguish and terror.
You are losing your wizard speak skills, Massive Elephant. Where lies my fate?
Where lies my fate?
As a rogue, you walk the path of Loki the Treacherous. Through wits, guile, and trickery, you can always prevail.
Your journeys will take you to the village of Munavigir, and from there to other worlds, until you return to Jarnvadir to stab Ecthir in the back.
Choose words and stealth over battle, and your trickery shall be part of the legends. Fail, and your soul shall be cast into the endless mists of Niflheim.
Who will win the 2014 Olympics?
Who will win the 2014 Olympics?
Do not mock us, little mortal.
The fate of the 9 worlds hangs in the balance.
However, the Dutch will win 3 gold medals.
I thank you, O Norns.
Safe travels, Skald of many songs.
Seek out the Valkyrie Brynhild for advice. She lies bound in Jarnvadir.
We shall meet again.
You find yourself outside in the cold. Looking behind you, you see a house that has been disused for years, its front door bricked up. You wonder if your encounter with the Norns was at all real. We shall see. Where's she going? Door is locked. Can we?
Welcome.
What can you...
Lots of things.
What is Jarl Ilfing like?
What can I say? He keeps the city safe. I do not speak to him much. He prefers his own castle to my little tavern here.
I wonder why.
Do you know the wizard Orvindel?
No, I have never heard of the city's wizard, the personal advisor to our Yao, who frequents my tavern for its drinks. No, indeed.
Smartass.
Be careful.
So you... The shining star of Jarnvadir. Just look around you and admire. Although it is getting short of food, is there...
Do you know the wizard Orvindel?
He is a wizard in the service of Jarl Ilfing. Or possibly he is the true power in these lands, who tolerates Ilfing for his own amusement. It is hard to tell with wizards. But his enchantments have proven useful in defending our town. He's made the locks in the castle dungeon truly impervious to thieves. Such people are good to have around.
Good to know.
What do you think about the Jarl?
I am a sworn vassal of Jarl Ilfing, protector of Fornsigtuna. He lives in the keep at the north side of town. You should...
Hello, hero lady. Do you have some good stories for me?
Nope.
What is...
It is...
What do you think about the Jarl?
Jarl Ilfing is the boss of our city. He is a very strong warrior, and my father works for him to make weapons. He lives in the big castle in the north of Fornsigtuna.
Do you know the wizard Orvindel?
Orvindel is a powerful wizard. He can make storms come and turn people into toads and chickens. Being a wizard is really fun. But you can only be a wizard if there's an owl in your house, and then a warthog takes you away to a strange castle, and I would miss mother and father. So I will become a fighter instead.
Who told you that? I'm not sure if that story is true. It is an interesting story though.
Yes. There is a...
Do you know the wizard or...
Our resident wizard is the Jarl's chief advisor. He is skilled enough, but I do not care for his roundabout language, so I know little of him.
What do you mean roundabout language?
What is Jarl Ilfing like?
I am sworn vassal to Jarl Ilfing, the brave and noble ruler of Forn Sigtuna. We shall not gossip about him without him present.
Do you...
Let's get the dagger. Wait. This is the dagger that I already have. Okay. Okay. I don't want to buy anything here. Time to explore outside.
What is it?
Northeast to where we... Oh, it was very close. You find yourself at the mountain pass leading into the valley of Yarvidir. You don't think it's safe to go back this way until the snow clears. You believe you lost your backpack here, but there's no sign of it. It's likely that some creature took it with them. You heard that trolls are notorious scavengers. I mean, are we sure it was taken? Okay, maybe it was taken. But this is directly... Let's check the map. Oh, the map is pretty nice. Okay, so this is where the Sigurd vision happens, I suppose. Nice. Map is quite nice. I like it. Oh, we picked up some more routes, I guess. Wait, no, we didn't. I mean, we cannot pick up any routes, but we do gain herbalism skills. And it doesn't use stamina, I guess. Maybe it does? No, it doesn't. So free skill training here. Although pretty slow. Still good to know. Hey, do we have to fight? Why can't we be friends? Okay. Oh. The door in the mound is locked tight. You are unable to open it. Consider wiping the snow off the gravestones, but it wouldn't take that long to get covered again. How do we open doors, locked doors? We don't have any lockpicks. Oh, I suppose we need our backpack first. Lockpicks would be in it, right? The crypt door does not yield to your touch. On the grave is written, "Here lies Herald the Necromancer," or so we hope. His last 3 graves proved unable to hold them. Tombstone says, "For the most comfortable afterlife, contact Stan's previously used coffins at 555 KOFN." That was the shop in the 3rd game. Yeah. The grave simply says Ingeld, who fought at Herald. The crude carving on the stone reads Rashak Skullcrusher, war leader fierce and true. The grave of Hogbard, son of Hammond, hanged by the father of his beloved Signy, who took her life as he died, worthy of the Einherjar. The gravestone reads Dag, son of Delinger and brother to Sigrun, fell on duty to his Jarl. It says Walrus Mummelmore, son of Centaurdor, slain by Drape, who finally got tired of his continual mumbling. May Larry avenge him. Is this a Harry Potter reference? Probably. At the edge of the graveyard stands a large tomb, solidly built and sparsely decorated. You can make out the name Ilfing above the door. Oh, it's the Ilfing family crypt. Cedric Diggory, who entered the graveyard alive and left it dead. This tombstone intentionally left blank. Here lies Boromir, son of Denethor. He took no less than 50 arrows. I didn't get it fully either. I don't know Harry Potter very well. It sounded like Dumbledore and Snape something joke, I guess. How do I hunt these rabbits? Do I use throwing daggers? Okay, let's try. Oops, that was terrible. I mean, the game does not pause when I go to the menu, so it's pretty difficult to choose the dagger. Maybe I should choose it. Oops. Oh. The willow branches rustle pleasantly in the breeze. You have the feeling that this tree is much older than the rest of the forests. This feels like the kind of tree that is protected by the Vaetir. You think it would be unwise to climb it, lest you offend them. Okay. What do we do to the tree then? What is this? These appear to be animal tracks, but you have no idea what kind of creature made them. Because we don't have animal can, I guess. No, come on, where's our dagger? Okay, I'm not going to risk it. Actually, it's no risk, is it? Even if we miss the shots, we can pick up the dagger back. Unfortunately, the creature is too small to leave anything edible for. Come on. Seriously? Can we skin it at least? It seems that he's not interested in the dagger. What are you talking about? I want to skin it. So we killed it for nothing. That's all there is left of it. Do you feel proud of yourself? No, not particularly, no. I mean, the game told me to hunt. Shows me an animal. I kill it and it tells me there's not enough meat to eat. I remember this.
I found you. No, human, that your doom is at hand.
Ratatask the Doom Squirrel. Oh, such a cute little squirrel.
Aw, such a cute little squirrel.
Really? No, I'm not cute. I am evil and misshapen and vile with my sharp, nasty teeth of doom. Yes.
So, how exactly is my doom at hand?
I shall poke at your eyes with my sharp, sharp tail. I shall hide all the acorns you were saving for winter. I shall bite your bones and gnaw on your marrow.
Why do you want to doom me?
Why? Oh, the stupid human asks me why. I am the bringer of Ragnarok. With these very teeth, I gnaw through the branches and roots of Yggdrasil until the world tree shall fall. Oh, yes. Ecther is but an upstart. Fenrir, an amateur. It has been prophesied that I, Ratatosk the Doom Squirrel, shall herald the twilight of the gods.
What is your name?
What? You do not recognize me? I am Ratatosk! Ratatosk the Mighty! Ratatosk whose teeth cut the branches of Yggdrasil itself. Ratatosk, the original Doom Squirrel! Gaze upon my visage and tremble!
Ooh, so scary.
Doom Squirrel?
The very same! Humans have such poor senses, but I knew you would recognize me eventually. So yes, prepare to meet your doom at the hands of Ratatosk. Claws of Ratatosk, that is, claws of doom! Claws that shall pierce your skin and spill your blood in the forest. Yes.
You cannot even reach my eyes.
Oh, do not act so tough. Whenever you walk underneath a tree, know that Ratatosk may be lurking on the branches above, ready to pounce on you. Ratatosk, the Doom Squirrel!
Not if I kill you first.
Ha! That is the spirit. But no, little mortal, I am not so easily defeated by the likes of you. I will come at you when you least expect it, and I shall pounce on you and bite off parts of you, starting with your nose.
Not my nose. I got it. Okay. Alright, so let me keep this exploring save to find Ratatosk again. Okay, we should go north of here. Oops. Oh. Next to the pathway, a stone has been erected as a marker, with a mystical rune carved into its surface. You are unsure what exactly it means, but it appears to be a sanctified barrier of some sort. Nothing happens as you touch the stone. Don't you hate it when magical runes don't respond to the touch of your fingertips? Yeah, I know. You rapidly climb to the top of the tree stump and are relieved to see that you make it in 0 seconds flat. You are so proud of yourself. Okay, it's getting cold. Gust drop near. You push against the door, but it refuses to budge. This is probably the thickest door you have seen, even stronger than the gates of Sigtuna. You can't reach the windows from here. You don't think anything will be getting in nor out except through that imposing and heavy metal door. Heavy metal? Okay. You attempt to karate chop the tree in half, but fail. Karate was never your forte anyway. I mean, I wanted to climb it, but okay. Keep up Grayskull. Alright, we have started losing health, which sucks. Should I go back? If I try to rest, I will probably die. Okay. We explored the western part of forest, I think, which is good enough for now. Let's go and get some rest before we die. No, come on. No. Oh, he dies. Come on. This is after the castle place. Okay, maybe we should run. I mean, we are at 0 stamina, but maybe we would get warmer? I don't know. Come on. Oh. It didn't follow long. Right, we are close by. Can we make it? Come on. We were almost there. Why are you complaining about a lot of food? What's there to complain about a lot of food? Food is good. Food is life. You can send your share to me. Alright, we need to walk. I'm going to die again. I'm at 0 health. If I take one more point of... Okay, maybe I should save at every map.
Sounds like a good idea to me.
Yep, that worked. All right. Let's use up the mana and then rest. 13 more. There should be a button to repeat the last spell casts. Oh, QWE. Oh, I must have reset these keys when I played before. QWE, AD, ZXC. Home up, page up. Default. Alright, this is better. What is this? Oh, I see something here. This should keep you from starving for a while. Oh, the Jarl has sent some provisions to me, okay. I need to find some fruits. Fill the flask with it, try to put out the fire, and find whatever is in the chimney. Okay, out of mana.
What is it? What there of what?
What of the keep west in Yarvadir?
What of the keep west in Yarnvadir?
Gastropnir is the Jotun's keep. Stay well away.
Oh. It's the frost giant's keep, okay. I think we rest for... All right. Let's go east. Oh. I had to practice throwing too. There's always so much to do when you first start a game like this. Ooh, the sword that was mentioned. It's stuck. You don't want to disrespect the ancient wither tree by climbing it. Maybe it likes being climbed on. Probably not much longer than Quest for Infamy. I'm not very sure. It could take us 3 streams or so. At most, let's say. Gandwick. Can we get some water here? There is nothing important to use them to while on. We cannot get some water, okay? Or we can just jump in the water and freeze. Some people will do anything to be cool. Have a nice day. Have a nice day, Mithril. Very funny game. You set all your might against the tree in an attempt to push it down, but it is to no avail. Definitely, what I tried to do by clicking on the tree was pushing it down, not climbing it. All the handholds you seem to find are too icy to hold on. Okay. 10 stamina. Uses 4. Okay, this is a good place to practice climbing, but we are not there yet. Oh. There's a jagged hole in the middle of the ice, as if something heavy fell through it and froze to its death below. You put your hand in to confirm that the water in mind is numbingly cold, and immediately regret doing that. Really? They get their puns from Arnold's Mr. Freeze? Yeah, possibly. Was that the Batman Returns? Or Batman Forever? Right. Ooh. You look through the supplies but find nothing useful. Everything inside has been ruined by the fierce cold. There's a net here. Can we fish with the nets? Maybe. You untie the net from the ship's side and take it with you. Alright, we lost all our stamina again. Maybe we can fish. You cast your nets hoping for a catch, but it comes up empty. Perhaps you lack the affinity with animals, or you are simply not lucky enough to have the Aether smile upon you. Okay, we don't have animal can. Is that why we cannot fish? Let's check south from here before returning. Actually, we don't have much time, but I think we have enough time to look here. Maybe not. Maybe not. Alright, we have max mana once again. The best thing about this game is, to my knowledge and as far as I remember, there are no time elements. So I could grind my skills comfortably off stream or on stream. I mean, we probably won't miss anything if we waste like a month. Okay. Let's save. Oops.
Hello, hero lady. Do you have some good stories for me?
Let us.
There's a.
Oh, many options.
Why is there a sword in the tree?
My father made a very powerful sword, the best sword ever, and he stuck it in a tree. It will burst into flame when drawn out. He tells me it was made after Leviathan, the big flaming sword that Loki the Lysmith gave to Surtur the Black. Surtur is the king of the Muspel, who are giant and on fire. And the only thing that can stop Leviathan is the wood of the world tree Yggdrasil. It will burn all of Midgard otherwise, so that is why my father stuck the flaming sword in a tree. I think this sword might be for me, but then I have to train very hard with my wooden sword first. Do not tell anyone. But sometimes I climb over the city wall to go look at it. It is a very good sword.
Have you seen the Willow Grove?
It is a pretty part of the forest, but I hear that trolls like it too. So it is dangerous for me now. But you can go there and kill the trolls because you are the hero.
I don't know.
I have been to the Grand Lake.
Uncle Snorri told me that the Jarl keeps his flying ship there. I would love to be on a flying ship, and Mother told me that she likes flying too. It will not be long until spring, and then the ice melts and we can use the lake again. It is frozen now, you know?
What do you think of the graveyard?
We have a graveyard near the city. Some people think that our dead people go there. That is not true. Because when you die, the Valkyries come, and they take you to Valhalla. That is why you must be a brave warrior, because cowards are not allowed there.
There are nasty vargs in the forest.
They are big wolves, like Garm, only bigger and with large teeth too. And they travel in packs, so if you think you're only fighting one, be prepared to deal with more of them before resting. Garm is Jarl Ilfing's dog. He is nice, but the vargs are not nice. They will eat you if you're not careful. I want to have a dog that would chase animals for me and fetch things. Maybe a small wolf or other animal if I can catch one. A warrior's companion.
Maybe a rabbit?
Good luck.
Come back soon.
A rabbit?
It is good to see you safe again in Fornsictuna.
He's outside.
If you have any needs or questions, I am sure my townsfolk can help you with that.
But not you?
It is good.
Can I pickpocket you? No. Let's try to talk to everyone in the town.
What of... Why is there a sword in the tree?
The Sword Balmong. Ask my husband.
I have been to the Grand...
It is They say a large eagle, Vedrfolnir, lives at its edge and flaps its wings to make the winds blow.
That sounds like a lie to me. Right, we are hungry. Let's eat some roots. Nom nom nom. Right clicking. Are you sure? I don't think so.
So you're the one that...
Let us speak.
If you wish to hear about Jarnvidir,
I don't know, it's not
you've come to
working.
the right person.
What do you think of the graveyard?
Well, it is where we all end up eventually, so we may as well keep it in good order. Although the warriors among us will get taken to Valhalla, of course. We keep the graves a fair bit away from the city gate because of superstition, and because of the occasional undead. My guess is that there are more of those because we are too close to Ragnarok.
Do you practice at the archery targets?
Indeed I do. You can usually find me there around noon, in case you want to be soundly defeated in a little contest.
I have been to the Grand Lake.
Good for you. And I'm sure you've seen the Jarl's fancy flying ship. We use it for raids sometimes, at least when it is less frozen into the ice.
Does it actually fly?
The flying ship is a ship that can fly, but that has become stuck in the ice because the ship was lying in the ice instead of flying above the ice. When the ice melts in spring, the flying ship will fly out of the ice. We usually have to take Orvendel along to control it. I think he keeps some kind of wind magic embedded in the ship's hull.
Oh, right click on the button, okay.
Let it...
So right click here, alright, I see. That works, yeah, but I was opening that menu by pressing C. I guess this is... Either I press C and click on this, or I move the mouse over here and right click on this. They are not... I mean... They are not very different.
What is it?
In terms of the time they take. In terms of the
Tell
time.
me about Balmong.
Years ago, I crafted my masterpiece, the Sword Balmong. Its edge is second only to the spear of Odin, bringer of victory. And the heat of the forge burns ever in its blade, yet only the pure of heart may wield it.
Not
This shall be my legacy in Midgard. I have thrust it into a tree where it shall remain until a worthy soul pulls it out. I hope this honor shall be Jaime's.
I am a studied magician who has been studying magic, and from my magical studies, I can tell you that the magic I have studied studiously does not work that way. A warrior is not able to stop a war by preventing his weapons of war from being used as weapons by warriors of the opposing side in war. That would make the war very messy without weapons.
I wasn't able to follow that actually. That was too much. It was too much.
May your
Greetings again, traveler, as it is not the first time that I greet you.
What can I find in Yarnvadir?
Since Von Zigtuna lies within a forest, the city is surrounded by a forest.
Okay.
The forest...
What do you think of the graveyard?
The graveyard is a yard of graves.
A yard
where
of
we build
graves.
graves for our fallen warriors who have fallen during a war. It is southwest of Von Zigtuna, and is removed from Von Zigtuna because the living should not be living close to the fallen who are dead. As master of the rites, I take care of the rites of funerals, as it is important for our living warriors to treat the fallen warriors with honor.
Do you know Ratatosk the squirrel?
The Doom Squirrel is the evil squirrel of doom, which will doom us all through the evil that he has squirreled away, leading us to an evil doom. Do not underestimate this foul beast, because if your estimation is under his foulness, then the beast will have been underestimated when it unleashes its doom most foul. Also, its teeth are sharp. You had best stay away from its sharp teeth of doom that you should also not underestimate.
If your estimation is under its foulness, then you will have underestimated his foulness.
I wish you good health.
It is time.
Oh, P past previous. Alright, that's better. That's much better. Thank you. That helps.
What is it?
How?
Yo.
Roland appears to be checking on one of the crates. He doesn't seem to have noticed you. Okay. Hello? Are you going to go? Roland? As you draw Roland's attention, he quickly walks away, pretending he didn't see you. You feel to open the crate. It appears to be held together by some kind of warding magic. Should I have waited there? Okay, let's try waiting some more. Okay. Seven more. I guess we need an open spell of some sorts. Where do I find water? It's weird that I cannot find water anywhere. A small barrel stands next to the guild house to collect rainwater. Or as the case may be, molten snow. Okay. You dip your hand in the barrel and take a sip of icy cold yet refreshing water. Did I take some water now? No. Five or U is use selected item. Alright, that's also good to know. I cannot take any water, so that cannot be the way to put out the fire in the guild house. Maybe I need a spell to put it out.
If you want to buy Snorri, please go ahead and take him out of my tavern.
Yes, Literacy, I have missed you too.
Do we have money for this? We don't, of course not.
I wish
We cannot play, right?
So you're...
Let...
I guess we sleep again. Maybe practice a little bit more.
Well,
I be...
Alright, let's sleep. So let's explore some more. Where haven't we gone? So we can go east and south. Oh, I should have checked the routes first, I guess. South from here was where we were chased off by the troll. Oh. Let's try. Oh no. Well, it's much easier now that I know the buttons. You find a purse containing some odds and ends as well as 6 silver pieces. Alright, that's good. I mean, we screwed up our health and stamina basically at the beginning of today, but I guess it's fine. More. Our magic is not improving a lot. We are getting magic dart skill points, but not magic. still at 9. Combination of magic and willpower increases our mana, right? I think that was the case. Oh, it's here. Can we climb now? Probably not. Alright, we are dying again. Oh. Can I win? I mean, I won, but I'm almost dead. Predictably, the warg wasn't carrying anything. However, with the right tools, you may be able to get something useful from his body. Of course, with a dagger. You cut some edible meat out of the dead warg. Unfortunately, you lack the skill to skin a dead animal. It's trickier than it looks to get a workable pelt off of it. I guess I need animal can. But I have raw meats. If I had cooking herbs, I could cook it, I guess. Okay, I need to rest. You don't think this particular spell is going to help you knock off any flowers? They probably bend then snap back, or at most fall towards the back. What about the bird? Nothing happens as the bird is already dead. Okay, I am dying. I'm almost dead. I don't think so, no. I don't have fire building tools or a tent. I have to wait here and get warm.
Yes.
What were you doing with the crate that night?
What were you doing with the crate at night?
That is none of your concern.
Is that so?
Yes.
Maybe I should ask with your wife present, huh? Let's take an hour of rest. Okay. We can work with this. I'm going to try and get the meat cooked if I can. Well, the tavern keeper was just there. Oh, she's also here. Interesting.
I do hope you plan to cook this before you eat it.
I do. That's why I'm giving it to you. Do I cook it at the guild hall? You cook your meat on the fire until it looks edible. Alright, good, good.
What is...
Hello. Good.
I should probably buy the cooking herbs. So, south, east, east, down all the way south as much as we can go. I mean, even a single combat messes up our health and stamina, but we have to do it, right? We have to do it to get better. We are not doing a pacifist run or anything. Although I think that would be possible in this game. Finish the game without killing anything. Oh, I should use up my mana. I also need to make up some coin, and fighting seems to be the main way to make coin so far. Let's go south. Right. I think I will go here last, after exploring every other place. Oh. The positioning of the stones looks uncanny. You wonder what put them up in this fashion, and you have a feeling that it wasn't the local humans. The stone feels cold. Strangely, in the middle of all the ice and snow, the stone feels pleasantly warm to your touch. Oh, I have to click on them in the correct order or something? The stone feels cold. You appear to be doing something wrong. Perhaps you should ask the people in Munarvagir for advice. They live close to this runic circle and may know how it works. I think I know how it works, game. I have played enough games to make an educated guess. Strangely, okay. So 3, 6... Three, 6, 5, I guess. Oh, okay. Interesting. So 3, 6, and then any of these doesn't work. Three, 6, 3. And 6 again. Wait, really? Wait, I might actually be doing something wrong. This doesn't seem to be the way it works. So when we light this up... It didn't fade out, weird. Okay, let me try this again. Oh. So now they are lit up. When I move, they are still lit up. 3, 6, 1. Why didn't it work before? Do I have to wait a bit? I guess I have to wait a bit. Weird. Maybe I wait more. Alright, I don't understand. It's worked before. So why is it not working now? Three, 6, 1. You scoop up some snow in your hands and make up some hard snowballs for throwing. Do I actually have snowballs? I do. Okay. Maybe I have to wait until the sound effect ends. Now I cannot be sure if it's the wrong rock or if it's not working, like how it sometimes doesn't work with this rock. Come on. All right, I will look at this later. Doesn't seem to be working. What happened? Lightning. Oh. All right. All right. The game tried to warn me. I deserved it. I deserved it. Let's light these up and leave it like that. So east and north if we can. We might not be able to. Oh, we can. Okay. What's that? There appears to be something buried under the ice. You hack away at the ice until you uncover a dark red gemstone. You take it with you. Is that the gemstone Sigurd asked for one, right? We have little trouble climbing up. Okay, we can climb this one. 24. Consider lying down here for a rest, but decide it's too much too cold. You should go somewhere inside. Looks like a frozen version of Erana's garden. Erana's winter garden, yeah. So west, north and east. Okay. You search through the cart, but find nothing except junk. Whatever valuables had been here must long since have been looted. Okay.
Junk.
Yeah. Just like Ben Trottle says. Let's try north first. Oh, is this the Doomskull's hall? Maybe. Probably shouldn't do that if you wish to keep your hands. We try to coax the inhabitant out of the hall, but fail. Would you want some meat? The fox in the den doesn't trust you enough to take food from your hands. I guess it's because we don't have animal can again. Maybe we should have taken that skill instead of herbalism. I mean, I don't know if I'm not seeing the herbalism nodes that one can loot, or if there are not any around. But I have only spotted the one near the town. Oh, hello. She does not respond. You sense a mystical aura coming from the crystals. They form a circle as if to protect something inside or to protect from something inside. Yeah, that's true. I mean, we seem to be missing a lot because we don't have it. Against your better judgment, you reach out to grasp the flickering fire. At least we don't freeze anymore. You did wish for a warmer climate to hear around then, but this is too much. Melt water. Maybe I can... What? We'll have to go outside and find more snow. No. Come on. That's not what I meant to do. I'm not sure if this is working, probably not. And we are hurting ourselves practicing throwing with 0 stamina. Okay, this was not a great idea. Okay. Well, we know there's something here, at least. Oh. An oddly shaped pile of stones rests in the center of the clearing.
Hydrate.
Hydrate. This appears to be a small mugwort plant growing amidst rocks. Thank you for the reminder. Alright, +4 herbalism from one node. I guess this is the one that's... The magician wanted this, right? You poke the rocks and unsurprisingly nothing happens. Can I use the gemstone? It would take you forever to chip through a rock like this. What's the point? Okay. Guess we cannot do anything here either for now. Oh, maybe we can magic dart it. Well, we can magic dart it, except nothing happens, so... Let's go south.
Nothing happened.
No. Oh, I actually avoided him. Nothing happens here. Okay. Okay. Swamp. There's not enough left of this tree to climb. You have little trouble climbing up. Alright. Wait, can we jump? Oh, we can jump. Like Quest Regular 4. You see a pool of black, stagnant water. It smells badly, and you have the feeling that something unseen lurks beneath the surface. There appears to be solid ground further to the east. You can't put the swamp in the flask. Really? Yeah. How do I go across? A nasty variety of plant grows in the swamp. It's covered in thorns and appears to be poisonous. Best stay away from it. I didn't expect it to respond. Okay. Alright. Not funny game. Yeah, there are plenty of deaths in this game. Can we beat it? Probably not. Ouch. Oh, it works. Works are actually not difficult. It's not too bad. I think we can hunt them. Get some food too. Okay, west from here is the only place that we haven't gone except for the other town. Which is the other town? Okay. I suppose we'd better go where Sigurd was attacked first, if we're going into the new town. An old stone bridge connects the village of Munarvagir with the woodlands to the west. It appears withered but still strong. You start carefully counting every single leaf. Really? Is that what I tried to do? A man is lying on his side in the snow. He looks badly hurt and appears to be unconscious. Oh, maybe I should have bought some healing potions. What's your name?
What is your name?
Alright. I need healing potions for this. Let's get the potions before... No, don't do that. That's annoying. Find nothing of interest. I mean, really? He has a sword, a shield, a helm. Any of them would be useful for us. Oh, wrong place. Roger. Can I? Oh no. Haha. I am kinda getting better. Except I died. As soon as I opened my damn mouth, I died. That's some cosmic jinxing. Okay. Who was selling the healing potion? It was the... What was it? Hector? Herald. She's not here. Oh, since we are here, let's try this. We have to go outside and find more snow. Really? Okay. I want to walk, not run. Oh, let's see if this works before.
What is this?
I believe this is the gemstone you asked me to find.
Ah, yes. It is a lovely gem. Thank you. This is most heroic of you. You have made this a most fortunate winter.
Did you not say this was a family piece?
Did you not say this was a family piece?
Did I now? Ah, you must not believe everything people tell you. Still, it was a nice tale, was it not?
Wow, shithead.
What?
Oh, come now. Did you really expect me to reward you with the mystical dude out of orc slaying just for a little gem? It's a bit naive, don't you think? So you're the one the
Wow.
Have you been to Munarvigir?
The village of Munarvigir is under Jarl Ilfing's protectorate. It lies southeast of here. Surely someone with heroic aspirations could make it through Jarnvidr safely to get there. Give them my regards when you do.
Let us...
If you wish...
Tell me of the raiders.
There are always some vagabonds in Jarnvidr that think they do not need a city or the Jarl's protection to survive. They are just finding out that the Fimbulwinter is a really bad time for that attitude. You can expect them to fight dirty, using roguish tricks like the old sand toss. Be sure to dodge that one. It gets nasty if you do not.
Let us...
You should stay here with us. Protect...
Annoying shithead.
What is it?
Okay.
Have
I
you
don't
been
think I
to
can buy a healing
Munavagir?
potion here.
I have seen it. It is much like Fornsigtuna.
What can you tell me of the forest?
There are raiders and vargs by day, trolls and undead by night. Avoid the trolls. Of what would you hear?
I saw a woman in a circle of flame.
Brynhild is a true Valkyrie who took a mortal lover
that's
against the
Brynhild.
wish of Odin the Raven God. The Aesir enchanted her lover to forget her and imprisoned her in the flames.
I came across the frozen garden.
Mimi's Holt is not meant to be frozen.
But it is frozen.
Have you been to a circle of runic stones?
The Gate of 9 Worlds. Only a true heroine may pass.
Can you go back to the guild house,
Hello, here.
please?
Good. Come.
Yeah. I
bet.
what? Me?
The Jarl has...
Greeting. How may...
What do you know of Munavagir?
The smaller village to the southeast is named Munavagir, and is found south and to the east of here. It is smaller than Fornsigtuna, and fewer people live southeast of here than in this city. Munavagir is ruled by the Jarl Ylfing, although the people who live in Munavagir, east and south of here, sometimes think that the Jarl, who is called Ylfing, should not have a say in their village.
What can I find in Yarnvadir?
Since Fornsigtuna lies within a forest, the city is surrounded by a forest.
I have seen a circle of monoliths.
Indeed, a circle of ominous stones sounds very ominous.
It
And
does,
there may be
does.
an ominous purpose to the circle.
That may be.
Ominously, I do not know which purpose that is.
Neither do I.
Are there many foxes in the forest?
The common fox, also known as Vulpes lagopus, comes in several colors, although you will not be able to see a white fox because this fox is as white as the snow it stands in. The fox is prized among alchemists for its fur, which is an alchemical component to be used in alchemy.
Yeah.
Since I am an alchemist, I would be happy if you could bring me some fox fur.
Alright, what was it? Here? Where did we get here? Where's that herb we picked up? What was it? What? I'm sure we picked up some herb. Mugworth or something. Did I reload and forget to pick it up again? Huh.
I would like...
A sorcerer.
Okay. Let's buy this one. Wait, we cannot buy it. We need a healing potion.
Welcome.
I would...
Oh,
If
yeah.
I...
So...
Alright. I'm going to take a quick break. And we'll continue in a few minutes. Be back soon.
Need help.
Enchantment? Enchantment! We attack! You kill ugly!
Aha!
Hell yeah.
What are we going to do now?
What are you going to do indeed? You failed again. Sorry.
We attack!
Nothing happened.
Nothing happened, yeah. So I was sure we collected some Magware, and I don't know where we got this air from. Nice. Some willpower and magic gains. What, really? Dofus and Wakfu? What reminds you? Oh, the theme, the music. I don't remember those games' music. Maybe. Could be true coincidence.
Hello. Good.
Yes.
Where is this guild master? I mean the caretaker. Come on, Harwar. Herbivore or whatever your name. Where even are you? Oh, what's this? No! Foiled by a banana peel! Oh no. Damned bananas. They are going to be the end of this world, let me tell you.
Damn.
What is it? If I
Yes, can you please go to the guilds now? Come on. Chop. To the guild house, come on. Damn nanas. She's not moving. Where's she going?
How many?
Come on! Finally!
What is... Are you... No, is... The... I...
Oh, we don't have enough coin, do we?
You're... I believe... I believe... I believe...
Okay.
I...
Okay, I need coin. I don't know if the man is going to just keep laying there until we find the healing potion. Hopefully he will. Oh, we did it. Well, how are we going to go back now? We have very little hit points. Oh no. Oh, okay. Alright. That works. I mean, I didn't think I would succeed climbing back in the first try. That's why I panicked a little bit. Can we kill a troll? Oh no. Okay. I got my answer. I have to find some coin or a way to make coin. Oh. No. I shouldn't spam attacks like that, I think. Maybe do one attack in between U8s. Now I cannot find an enemy. I can probably find one if I keep going back and forth like this. Oh, more than one. He's not a prophet, he's a madman who believes in bananas. Everyone knows the superior fruit is the pineapple. Okay. I mean, it's just the way. It's just the way it is. I'm sorry, but you are all mistaken. Right, I need the... What were they called? Raiders? I need a raider. There you go. That's who I wanted to see. No, throwing dagger. Come on. I need coin. The banana hat will be the death of him. Just you wait. Oh, what am I running away from? We are... Ranger is so low in his points. Come on. Give me a raider. Not more wargs. Maybe I can sell the food. Can I sell the extra food I gather? Okay. That was a terrible throw. You search for plants for some useful herbs, you don't find anything, but it feels like good practice anyway. Yeah, but no one's buying. I tried to give the meat to the tavern keeper before. That didn't work.
All lies.
Yeah, all lies. Did I die? Why did I die? 5 more. Come on, Raider, come on. Oh, there's a spot that I haven't been to. Interesting. Okay. Now I will lose this. Please some coin. This sucks. How do I make coin? Oh. You can't think of a practical application for a branch or two, so you decide to leave them alone. These ones have already been picked clean. How gross. Oh, it's Rivaldi, and this must be our pack. Alright. I should have come here before.
What is this? Someone is sneaking! That is not sneaking. I can hear her coming from 2 mountains. What did she say? Then she shall not escape. No!
Okay. Apparently we are terrible at sneaking. Or that might be because I clicked on his mace. Guess I jumped there? No! Stop laughing. It's not funny, okay? Not funny.
What is someone that?
Wait, do I still have 24? I have 28. I have been naming the saves wrong. Not that it matters. Oops, that was a terrible jump.
What is that?
I jumped right on top of him. Can I walk around? Oh, shut up. You're annoying. No, come on. Where do I have to click?
What is this?
I can't even load quickly. Be careful. He might eat you too. Okay, maybe here? No. And maybe I'm doing the wrong thing, because if this is a clicking issue... The beams of sunlight somehow fail to dispel the gloom of this dismal cavern. Alright, I will try again. I'm pretty sure this is the solution. I'm surprised it's not working.
What is this?
Is it because our acrobatics is too low? Maybe I should raise my acrobatic skill first. Let's see. Jump. And now I'm going to die by running out of stamina. Acrobatics is 5. That must be why it's not working. The huge troll lies huddled away in the darkest part of the cave, snoring loudly. You think you had best not wake him up. Yeah. Of course. Fall of the Mountain King. Okay, we will come back here, I guess. What do we do? This is the town. Well, it's a pretty popular piece of music. And there are so many popular songs. So many popular songs made with that tune. So I need coin. I cannot sell raw meats. Maybe I can sell cooked meats.
Thank you, but I...
She is not at home.
Thank you, but I...
Oh, this is her. Okay, I'm looking for the other woman. Oh, there's she. Art emotes. I mean, I cannot make emotes. I can only steal them from other sources. If you need something original, you are going to have to make it yourself, because I also have no money to have emotes made. So... Okay, let's use up our mana and stamina and rest, I guess, to waste time. I also haven't found a way to put out the fire. I mean, I can't believe I'm saying that, but I cannot put out the fire. How can that happen? Why can I not just pour some water on it? You think so? Well, yeah, you're actually right. It would be better than some of the emotes I have currently. You know, I might just do that. You know what I was thinking? Pandemonium, you know the Mithril headbang emote you made? We could use that character with the other emotes you make. It would make your job easier, since you can reuse it. And it could be a mascot too. Because I like that one. Oh, what did I do? Your idea is adventure game, hard, relating either to a game I have played or of that style in general. What could it be? I mean, I do look out for images from the games that we play.
Welcome.
I have never seen anything with a heart that we could reuse. It could be a character, one of the characters in one of the games I played holding a heart too.
I wish you'd be.
Okay, I cannot climb back. Yeah, now I don't fail this anymore. Okay, no fatality like her. No. Oh, character I like surrounded by a heart. That's a good idea actually. I mean, I would have trouble choosing one. She's not going back to the tavern. Okay, I should go back for that Magsworth. I don't remember where it was. Was it here? I think it was here. So south, east, south, south, south. Then a lot of east. Can I win this one? No. Please give me some coin, please. This would be the perfect time. Actually, if I save here... Can I save scum until I get coin? No. It always gives me dagger. I guess I had to save before the fight. Why did I spend my stamina climbing the wall? I should have done acrobatics. Or maybe there's another way to get past the sleeping troll. But I don't know what it could be. What? To your surprise, you see a young woman sitting in the snow, dressed only in flowers and 2 censorship bars. You wonder where she got those from. However, there's something odd about her figure, and as she turns her head, you see her back is hollowed out, like a tree trunk.
Hello, my name is Rinda. What brings you to my pleasant glade?
Why are you walking around naked?
Why would I not? I do not subscribe to those silly human customs of clothing. And the temperature's not so bad once you get used to it. Besides, I am told that humans find me quite pleasant to look upon. So does that not make them a little hypocritical?
Have you been to Wait.
Have you been to
I don't need to read.
Fornsictuna?
It is a nice enough place, although I prefer the woodlands. Often, the men from the city are kind enough to visit me in my woods.
In your woods, eh?
What can I find in Yarnvadir?
Lovely, is it not? Would you not like to spend your entire life under its flowing branches?
No, not really.
Have you been to Manarvigir?
It is a nice enough village, but I prefer a man who can erect mighty walls of stone.
Do you now?
Why do you have censorship bars?
Oh, those things? The MPAA makes me wear them, because they told me this was a family game. Quite silly, but what can you do?
The what?
Oh, I think you are stuck with the
the
cooldown.
Municipal Parliament for Adventuring Associates? They are ever so important in deciding proper values for a game, you know.
There's actually a 1 minute cooldown for the sound effects, except for mods, and both of our mods seem to love spamming sound effects, so
Who do you serve?
the cooldown is not
Sir?
known much.
Why in the 9 worlds would I want to serve anyone? Sometimes people come to serve me, and I assure you, that is much more pleasant. Please stay a while longer. It is so lonely, all by myself in these woods.
Perhaps some other time.
So what can I do with this gal, if anything? Can I pickpocket? Lesson 1 for becoming a successful pickpocket. Find somebody that actually has pickpockets. Okay. That is fair. Stay a while and listen. You try to dig out the roots of the plant, but with your bare hands proved useless. Oh, maybe I failed last time and I didn't realize I failed. I need to dig it out. So I need a shovel. Why is ice pick not working? I cannot deal with you right now. Okay. So apparently she doesn't constitute as a safe place. And we are pretty much dead. Yeah, we are going to die. Help her how? What did she need?
Hello?
Did she need something?
Why?
Have you? It isn't.
Oh.
Perhaps.
You are asking naked lady to help us. Okay. Well, that's why using commas are important, chat. I can't believe it. I found coin And I'm about to die. I mean, I'm dying, basically. Oh, I didn't die. I actually survived. Okay, this was lucky. Hey. Hopefully, what was it? Herald is in the guild house. Nice.
What is...
Why is there a naked girl in the forest?
The Huldra is the lure of foolish men. Be glad you are not one.
Foolish or man?
What can you...
Oops.
Is...
I guess they are not mutually exclusive, yeah.
That is a fair price.
Cohesive Pandemonium is looking for friends. Come on, chat, play with him.
Very.
Alright. We got a healing potion. Let's go to that man. Playmates? Should I have said playmates? I may. No, I should be cutting him, not looting him. Okay, where are we going? South, west, all the way south, then east. Oh no. No! What's that? That looks very funny. Will it? You are just looking for more excuses to make fun of me. It would be hilarious for me, for you, not me. You open the potion bottle and slowly pour its contents down the man's throat.
I am glad to see you awake again.
Where did that troll go? By Odin, I shall have his head.
Your assailant is gone by now.
Then I must return to Munavagir. 'Tis my duty to protect the village.
Let us go.
What happened to cutting dragons' claws and feeding them their tails, huh? You failed to kill a troll. You take the man to his house in the village of Munavagir. By the warmth of the hearth fire, he quickly recovers.
I thank you for aiding me. Had some hostile creature come by, I may have been in trouble.
You are welcome.
I am Sigurd, son of Sigmund. protector of Munavagir, and keeper of the Skyfire Inn. You are not from these places. What is your name?
I am Mithril, mighty pirate. Yeah.
I am a mighty pirate.
We Vikings are no stranger to a glorious raid. It is good to meet you. This is the Skyfire Inn. You are welcome to stay here as long as you please, and to share food at my table. I bid you welcome to Munavagir.
I thank you. Can you tell me who attacked you?
It was a two-headed troll
Enjoy
by
the
the name
lark,
of
person.
Frivolvi. When I meet him again, I shall crush his skulls with my blade.
Did he want anything?
Indeed, the foul troll seeks the eye of Fiasi. Do not ask me more about the eye, for I shall not tell you.
Very well. Please tell me about yourself.
I am Sigurd, son of Sigmund. Proven warrior, marked by battle, wielder of the blade Nolfung, and defender of Munavagir.
Tell me about Munavagir.
We are a proud city, bastion amidst Janvidir, and valiant raiders over Gandvik. Or we would, if Lake Gandvik were not frozen solid with this fell winter. As warden of the city, I take it as my duty to know all the residents.
What can you tell me about the big city?
The city of Fornsik Tuna is our chief rival in these woods. Its Jarl, Ilfing the Craven, seeks to place us under his rule, but we stand strong in resistance.
What can you tell me of the forest?
The endless trees of Janvidir are dangerous to the unwary, but prove no match for a seasoned warrior.
Tell me of the raiders.
There are bandits that live in small camps in the forest, to prey on travelers and merchants. The
Are there
cold
actually
is making
camps?
them more desperate than usual. They have no honor and little fighting skill. I have often seen them use a wild overhead slash that leaves them wide open for a counterattack, if you are fast enough.
Have you fought any trolls?
Yeah, and lost.
Janvidir is well known for its trolls. They are tough as a wall of bricks, and about equally clever. The leader of the trolls is that two-headed cretin, Frivolvi. May Thor's thunder shatter his bones. It is said that a troll only becomes leader by bashing troll heads until none dare oppose him. This should tell you of his strength. I sincerely hope to face him again in battle.
That might also explain the lack of trolls in the area.
There are nasty vargs in the forest.
The vicious wolves of the Northland are not to be trifled with. A single varg should not be dangerous, but they tend to hunt in packs large enough to trouble a seasoned veteran. They know to approach from downwind like a true predator.
Have you been to a circle of runic stones?
I know of a runic circle southwest of Munavagir. It is said to be a gate to the 9 worlds of Odin's Spearshaker's travels. I know little of these things. Perhaps our librarian can enlighten you.
Librarian?
What of the keep west in Jarnvadir?
I have heard the legend of Gastropnir Keep. From a hilltop west of here, it overlooks all of Jarnvadir. It is said to be the lair of Egfa the Jotun, cold enough to freeze mead straight from the bottle. To my knowledge, no human has ever entered there and lived.
I came across the frozen garden.
There is an old garden near Munavagir, with a strange wooden bridge. I am sure it has mystical significance, but to me, it is naught but frozen grass.
What is the Eye of Thiassi?
We shall not speak of this.
Why not?
I wish you good health.
Aye, you are pondering something.
Am I?
Yes. I believe this troll who attacked you is also after other people.
The dastardly creature would do that. Since it came after me, its next target is likely to be Voland, the smith.
And why is that?
Because he is the strongest warrior in Fornsik Tuna. As I am here, thank Odin that he has the Jarl's soldiers to protect him.
Nevertheless, I shall warn him next time we meet.
Do what you must, traveler. I shall take the time to fortify this town, to keep the troll out.
We shall not speak of this, because if we did, I wouldn't know what to say. Okay. 33. Unarva gear. Let's fail to pickpocket him too. I mean, how are we supposed to raise our theory? Oh, maybe I need my lockpicks.
The kitchen is mine.
They look great on the shelf, but wouldn't match your outfit if you were to carry them along. I mean, I could use a helm. Oh. Oh, we can rest here, I guess. You pick up the mirror, pausing for a moment to adjust your hair as you see your reflection. I bet you were hoping for a bathing scene with lots of gratuitous nudity. Sorry, but you got the wrong game for that. It didn't even cross my mind. You move the picture to check if there's a wall safe underneath, but no such luck. Actually, you're not quite sure whether wall safes have been invented yet. Of course they have been invented, what are you talking about? Just ask Quest for Glory 4.
Welcome to our fair village, traveler. I am sure your stay here will be a pleasant one, even when the winter outside is harsh and dangerous.
Please tell me about it.
Please tell me about yourself.
I keep starting to read the dialogue.
Well met, well met. My name is Reagan, occasionally known as Reagan the Magnificent. But please, just call me Reagan. Unless you really want to. And who do I have the honor of speaking to?
I am a traveler from...
And it is all too clear how that sentence ends. The look in your eye, that dazzling cape, the fact that you walked into Munavagir in the middle of this harsh winter. Why, you must be an adventurer. Do not deny it. 'Tis written all over your face.
I mean, I just told you, but...
That is good to see, and I wholeheartedly support it. Why, back when I was younger, I used to go on adventures myself. I even performed a quest or two. Is that not splendid? I should tell you that if you find any gemstones in your travels, I would be happy to buy them off you. They remind me of my own traveling days.
We gave the gemstone to that Sigurd. No, not Sigurd. Snorri.
Tell me about Munarvigir.
Why, 'tis the bustling village you are
Although this
standing
guy
in.
doesn't look any more trustable.
The
to
town
be
normally
perfectly
runs on
honest.
a trade through the forest and via Lake Ganvik. During the Fimble winter,
Yeah.
proven somewhat difficult. You can find several stores near the town gate, the famous Skyfire Inn in the northeast,
Medieval
and
version
we
of
even have a
that.
library in the south of town.
Have you been to Fornsigtuna?
Yes, I am sure you have been to Fornsigtuna. I am none too fond of the place or its Jarl, so let us speak of something else.
What can I find in Yarnvidir?
It is a fascinating place, is it not? Yarnvidir is one of the main reasons I came here. Did you know it holds the largest population of trolls in Midgard? It is said that Racevilg, the giant eagle, lives at the edge of Yarnvidir. By flapping his wings, he causes storms and gales throughout all of the woods. The forest contains some interesting sights, from the freezing flowers to the runic circle. But it would be no fun if I told you about that. You should discover them on your own.
I did.
So what questing did you do?
Oh, I could talk about those all day. Why, did you know it was me who recovered the famous mirror with the leer from the mists of Niflheim? But you likely do not want to hear my tales. You want to star in tales of your own, do you not? So let me ask your assistance for something. You see, my father Rithmar was a rich man, owner of a magic chest that would produce gold and gemstone each day. But my brother Fafnir is a greedy one. Coming in the dark of night, he slew my poor father, just to take the chest from him. A sad tale, is it not? I fought with him, but I am no match for Fafnir in battle, so I was forced to flee. Still, this is a foul deed that needs avenging. So here's your heroine's quest. Gather your power and defeat Fafnir to avenge my father. You can bring me the chest as proof. Are you interested? Of course you are.
Why
I can
don't I
see it in
believe
your
you?
eyes. Of course you shall have a great and fitting reward when you are done. Thank you so much for your help.
Oh, you're welcome.
So where do I find this Fafnir?
Oh, I'm sure you can figure it out. You are a heroine after all. Consider it a challenge, indeed, a quest.
I wish you good health.
Happy adventuring. Please come back when you have more good stories to share.
That guy does not look trustable at all. A sleek white cat sits nearby, its snow-colored fur giving its excellent camouflage in the winter. The cat pointedly ignores you. Of course. I wouldn't expect anything else from a cat. Oh. You gaze around the area, then decide you do not belong here. Quietly, you step back into your own game. What the heck is this? What is this place? What is this a reference to? I do not recognize it. It's gotta be a reference to another game, right? You pull on the door but fail to get it open. Then, just to be sure, you try pushing it, but to no avail. Perhaps it's locked. You hear a click. You hear a click. You hear a click. Okay. Oh, I think this is Thieves Guild or something. I got the thief senses tingling, and I kinda remember it. You punch the painting in the face, that'll teach it. You pass your hand through the flame rapidly enough not to burn yourself. What flame?
Members only.
Can't reach it. Where did the daggers go? Oh, this resets everything. I mean, I gotta know, I gotta have some information to solve this. You try to get some water from the well, but not its frozen solid. You suppose everybody gets their water from melting snow instead. Okay, we are hungry. Cedric. Hearing, I ask from the holy races, from Heimdall's sons, both high and low. Thou wilt, father of the slain, that's well I relate, all tales I remember of men long ago. Okay. Fireplace. E is what? Comfy chair. E is cryptography. Of the books here, one about winter strikes you as most relevant. You page through a treatise on how the ice on a frozen river is thickest at night and weakest at noon. Good to know. These long lists of names would be enough to put you to sleep. You quickly put the book away and decide to find something else to read. So this is climatology. It's about winter. There is poetry here. O is this index. Where is it? Oh, 0. Catalog. Okay. 4 is genealogy. It was the boring one. So 7 is game design. Let's take a look. It really isn't your job to tidy this place up. Besides, you'd expect it would be comment. Okay, this is nothing. Where's game design? Okay, I think that's a joke. So biology and cryptography. Let's take a look at biology. The Adventurer's Guidebook by Angrim Otterson. Oh. At the dawn of time, in the primordial void of Ginnungagap, the Aesir gods fought a lengthy war against the Jotun of frost giants. Finally, Odin, lord of the Aesir, struck down mighty Ymir, father of all giants, and from his remains the gods carved Midgard. I remember reading this. Realm of humankind, and they banished the surviving frost giants to the icy plains of Jotunheim. Where did we read this? I read this. Many lifetimes have passed. Now the forest of Yarvidir has been struck by a winter harsher than anyone can remember. Trolls and wolves stalk the night, trade caravans disappear in the cold, and the former neighbors turn against each other. The people ache for spring, but see no end to the frost and snowstorms. With fearful whispers, they wonder if the Jotun have at last returned, and if the end of the world is at hand. Aesir. The Aesir are the Norse gods, who defeated the frost giants at the dawn of time, and carved the world of Midgard out of their leader. They are seldom seen by mortals, and live in the realm of Asgard, which can only be reached by the Rainbow Bridge Bifrost. Okay. There's a lot to read. If you are really interested, you can go back to the words and read it yourselves, okay? I'm not reading 10 pages of stuff right now. Yeah. I'm getting tired. It has been more than 4 hours. What's this? Gulon. Moose. Races. Alright, these might be useful information. Drug. A stacked forest creature. A stacked forest creature who appears as a stunningly beautiful naked woman from the front, but who is hollow like a tree trunk from behind. Dangerously mesmerizing, many a man has gone missing after falling under the Haldra spell. I was hoping there would be some useful information. What? Cryptography book. Okay. It's impossible to decrypt. Alright, so 9 is recipes. D is story writing, E is comfy chair, and 1 is strategy. You page through some tactical books, but find nothing of use to you. All these topics are too theoretical, and Heroine is all about practice, okay. The books in this section appear to be unfinished, it's not possible to read them yet. Merely looking at these books makes you hungry. It's unfortunate that you won't be able to obtain the right ingredients during the Fimbulwinter. So what was story writing? They are unfinished, okay. What else? Upstairs there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, including the fireplace. Yeah. Let's take a look. Oh, there's a ghost here. The ghost does not speak, it just moans and warbles a bit. You don't think these books are going to be of any help right now? You have no idea where to even write the places they are written about. You picture the dictionary and learn some appealing words starting with A. You are pretty sure you won't be able to remember all of them. Okay, fine. So what was the 5 hotspots? There's 1 here, 2 here. This is the 3rd. There's supposed to be 2 more. Weird. Oh, the ghost is here now. They seem to be fine with it.
Yes, I am listening. When you've reached my age, you have less to worry about the world freezing and all that.
Please tell me about yourself.
Well, I might be the storekeeper. I might also be the mayor of this town. But I am actually not. I merely take care of Munavagir's library. And Munavagir is what you are standing in.
Does your library have spellbooks?
That fellow from the other town took most of them. What is his name now? Rivendell or something? You should ask him about the Flamora spell. It is powerful and stylish. He showed it to me once, you know.
In the Fimbulwinter, that would certainly be a good spell to have. If you're looking for other incantations, I may be able to help you.
Does the cap belong to you?
Oh, not at all. I belong to him. You know how cats are, after all. He is a horrendous master, too. That is what I call him. Horrendous. Cute name, is it not?
No. It is not.
Why is there a ghost in the library?
Oh, that is just old Zanzibar.
Zanzibar.
You can kick him if he bothers you. He just likes disturbing people is all. Why is he there? Heavens, do not ask me. I think he just came with the place. What would an old library be without a good haunting after all?
A library? Without a haunting?
Can you recommend me a book?
So you want to be a hero, do you now?
Yeah.
Well, I have just the book for you. But you have to find it first, because a book earned is a book saved. I will give you this note with a clue, and if you can find the book, it is yours.
Okay. Library puzzle.
Good day to you.
Oh, it is very much so, and I wish you the same.
Who doesn't love a good library puzzle? So first things first, though.
Thank you. Since this letter is really important to me, I shall give you 10 silver for your trouble.
Score!
I have a request for you as well. I would like to send flowers to Lithrasir, but they are too hard to find in winter.
Yeah.
Mind you, not those dangerous frost flowers that grow near Jarnvidir. I mean real flowers. Since you travel more than I do, perhaps this is something you can help me with.
I don't know. Flowers in the middle of winter? You don't think you'd find any in this world? So I need another world?
Well, the Fimbulwinter is harsh to us, trolls are rampant, and food is running low, so I'm surprised we still find travelers who make it here. Welcome to Munavagir, stranger.
What is your name?
My name is Liv. I am a practiced herbalist and the village healer of Munavagir. I am also a proven warrior should Sigurd need me, although I prefer not to use that skill.
How is the village doing?
Manavagir is trouble these days. Food supplies are dwindling, and there are more trolls and vargs in the forest than there should be. Yet, still we stand.
What about the town librarian?
He is a bit of an odd fellow, always shouting at that poor cat of his, and at that ghost he insists on keeping at his library. I suppose he means well enough, but he has an odd way of showing it. Perhaps he just likes to complain about some things.
Huh? What? I am sorry. Were you talking about me?
No.
No offense meant, old friend.
Tell me about Sigurd.
It is good that we have Sigurd on our side. Without him, the village would not be as safe as it is now. And also not as well provisioned. Sigurd is a very good cook. His skills in the kitchen are only matched by his skills in battle.
Can we speak about Reagan?
I am sure you will like old Reagan. He was an adventurer before he came to Manavagir, just like you. He also supplies me with the occasional gemstone I need for my alchemy. You cannot make a good healing potion without amethyst, you know.
Oh no. So that's what the gem was for. Instead of giving to Snorri, you could have given to the magician. What was his name? I don't remember. And get the healing potion for free or something.
What can you tell me about the big city?
Our rival city. Most of the people in Manavagir do not like it, but I believe there are some good people there.
Yeah.
Tell me of Voland the smith.
Yes, he is that blacksmith fellow. A decent enough man, if you ask me.
What do you know about Hervor?
She is the second most beautiful woman in Fornsigtuna. She is very elegant, reminding me of a bird at times. But she does not talk much, and I think she should smile more.
Surely you have met Jaime.
When I last saw him, he was still very small, but I have heard he takes after his father. He talks about rescuing princesses and slaying dragons, so I'm sure he will turn out a fine warrior.
What do you think of Lithrasir?
I am so grateful that you brought me her letter. Please, find me some flowers as a suitable gift. I cannot let her down now.
Let us speak about Snorri.
I hear he is a competent enough warrior, but I do not trust the man at his word. I would advise against gambling with him, as he would likely cheat.
Well, I kinda gambled away all his coin, so...
Do you know the wizard Orvandel?
Orvandel, yeah.
Orvandel is my respected colleague in the arts mystical. He used to be my teacher, years ago. His lessons often run late, but he does know his skills. Do not underestimate him. He does more to keep Fornsigtuna safe than you may realize.
What do you think about the Jarl?
We have an ongoing dispute with Ilfing. He believes that Manavagir is part of his protectorate, and we think not. Just because Fornsigtuna is older than our town does not mean that they own the entire forest.
What can I find in Yarnvidir?
Yarnvidir is all around us, and a good thing too, because I could hardly brew my potions without a ready supply of herbs and roots. To be honest, I do not like to venture far from Manavagir, because these days trolls are everywhere. I am not like Sigurd and do not think I could take down one of those monsters.
Oh, don't worry, Sigurd cannot take down a troll either.
I would like to buy some of your wares.
If you would like to buy an elixir, please come to my workshop when it is open.
Lithrasir does not want your flowers.
Oh, that is really disappointing.
Alright. I didn't mean to choose this. Crap.
Yes.
Don't worry, we can fix that. We
Well.
can fix that quickly. Someone you know, another actor that you are going to spend a week.
What?
Yarnvidir is all around us.
Do you know the herb mugwort?
Yes, I am familiar with mugwort. It is a common ingredient in potions. I do not have enough to sell you, but you should be able to find some in an open rocky area. I believe northeast of Manavagir there is a good spot.
I would like.
If you'd like to
I wish.
stay.
Alright. Let us look at this. This note is written, for the lack of a better word, in indecipherable scribbled handwriting. Can't make out any of it. Perhaps the library can be of some help. Okay, we use here, I suppose, cryptology section. Using a book of deciphering esoteric handwriting, you manage to decode the letters. You are still not sure what the words mean, though. Maybe there's something else you need to do to find the book you're looking for. You use it with the...
do not give up so soon. There is a book waiting for you. If you can puzzle it out. And everybody loves a book.
Use it with the
do not
dictionary.
give up.
I'm not giving up, come on. Dictionary. Come on, use it with the dictionary. What? I figured out the handwriting enough to slowly make out the letters, but it is in a language you are unfamiliar with. Dictionary too. Oh, it's upstairs dictionary, not this one, okay. I was misremembering the locations. Tediously, you look up the words in the dictionary and you write down the translations on the back. You think it's some kind of poem. Alright. It's a poem. You page through the poetry books on reference until you finally match the note with a classic haiku by the famous strategist Moon Tzu.
Do not give up.
I'm not giving up, shut up. The strategy books are here. This must be the book you were asked to find. Triumphantly, you take the book with you. You take out the book and start to read it. It concerns the use of subterfuge and misdirection in what Moon Tzu calls honorable combat. So not Sun Tzu, but Moon Tzu. There's a whole chapter on feints in melee combat, which you study carefully for some useful pointers for your inevitable next fight. Now that you've learned this trick, your strikes will be more accurate if you use 2 different attacks in a row, instead of the same attack twice. Then you get to a section on spellcasting. You learn a spell named Sixth Sense. Ooh, which should have been useful for locating this book. Done reading for now, you close the book and put it away. That was a good read. You wonder if anyone else might also find this book of use. Of course, Orwandel might, perhaps. +5 feints. Oh, interesting. The attack has... No, but it doesn't say +5. For some reason, your magic doesn't seem to be working here. You feel there's something outside that's blocking mystical energies. Who is this man? Or woman?
Good day, miss.
Good day.
'Tis a harsh winter we having, and there be little food left. So, can you spare a coin for a poor orphan?
Here's a coin.
Here is a coin.
Thank ye.
Tell me who you are.
Me name's Crocker. I be an orphan here in Novigrad. I'd be out in Yonvadir finding herbs and toadstools, if not for this ugly winter. So I help out local folks and depend upon their charity and hospitality. I haven't starved yet.
How is the village doing?
Welcome to All Fair City, my lady. We get a fair bit more travellers in summer, and sailors from Gonvik too. Now 'tis isolate with all the snow.
Oh, isolate.
But we still be cosy in here, waiting spring. Are there villages ye would know about?
What does Lif do?
Well, he heals us when we be getting sick. Most of the warriors here been badly hurt sometime, and without Liffy, they'll be dead by now. Sep's the good, of course. He be good enough that he needs no healer.
Tell me about Sigurd.
Sigurd be the boss in Novigrad. A mighty warrior who fought countless battles against the trolls, and all the folks listen to him when there's trouble. It keeps us in northern town. You should go visit.
Can we speak about Reagan?
Reagan used to be traveling too, and would be glad to meet a traveler such as ye. He collects items from far away. 'Tis all junk if you ask me, but maybe he pay ye for some outlandish goods. You can all find him in the library at night, or at Sigurd's Inn, of course.
What about the town librarian?
He has this big place with shelves and shelves of books and more books. Alas, I cannot read for myself, but he'd be happy to show ye. Oh, and he has this cat who is cute, and this ghost thing who is not so cute.
What can you tell me about the big city?
It lies northwest of here, through the forest. 'Tis bigger than our hometown, but the people are unkind. I dislike going there.
Let us speak of the woodlands.
You cannot miss 'em. Just step out our gate. Trees as far as the eye can see. 'Tis dangerous in winter, with them trolls and wolves out. I would not travel alone. But you do look as dangerous as a troll to me, if you don't mind me saying. So you're probably safe, if you keep an eye out.
What do you think about the Jarl?
The I am mighty Jarl thinks he's running our town, but he is wrong with that. He lives far away in a big castle, and cares not for us common folk. Spit on him I would.
What happened to your parents?
Me mum died when I was born, and me father got eaten by a troll.
Ouch.
'Twas a long time ago. I'd sooner not speak of it.
Let us speak later.
'Twas a pleasure talking to ye.
Sigrun's store is locked. If his workshop is locked, we need the next day. Oh, he's going in here.
Hello. 'Twas a
You spot some kind of latch or lever not very concealed in the side of the bookcase. An ornate latch in the shape of a letter F. Oh, letter F is set on a cupboard door. You believe the drawers have handles that look like other letters. You think there are a lot of letters here, but you probably need only half of them. E, N, F, E, N, O, R, F, E, N, O, R, D, L. I should write it down, I already forgot. G, T, S. What was it? F, E, N, O, R, G, T, S, L, Does it make a word? Oh, I forgot. Did I miss this one? D. There's also D. So D, E, F, G, D, E, F, G could be something. Let's test that one. Oh, 6 signs, right. L, O, D, G. L, O, D, G, F. LODGF. Wait, did I look at the wrong ones? L O D G, probably. Maybe this one, E or F. E or F or N. Gold. Gold. Loved. Lodge. It's Lodge. It's not F. It's E. It's Lodge. Okay. So. Wait, that was D. Kindly stay away.
Hello.
Is she not going to let us? Okay. We have to do this in the morning when she's not here, but the answer should be Lodge. Nice. Sixth Sense is the name of the spell. I don't know. I have no idea. Yeah, I'm actually not gaining skill points when I have no stamina, so you might have been onto something there. Or
Good day.
Do you have a meal for me?
I do. For today, I prepared stew of elk. As we agreed, you shall have my hospitality for free.
free food. Nom nom nom.
Tell me.
We are as
Oh.
Can we speak about Reagan?
we have adopted Reagan, for he is not of this town. Let it not be said that Munavagir is inhospitable to strangers. He is not much of a warrior, yet he has seen more of the worlds than you and I. You should speak to him and learn from it.
Have you seen Kraka around?
Kraga has neither father nor husband, so life has been hard on her. She wanders the streets, and we've agreed to support her, at least till the snow melts.
What about the town librarian?
Rarely does a Viking live to be as old as our librarian. I believe no one remains alive that recalls what his name is, but he has his title, and it serves him well. Within his books, he keeps the lore of our clans and the brave deeds of our dead, so that they can be sung anew.
What does Lif do?
It is good to have a skilled healer between our city walls. One does not always leave battle unhurt and unscarred. And even in peacetime, there are accidents. Lif has saved the life of many a warrior, and we are proud to have him in our midst.
So let's visit the two shops. Oh, who are you?
Good day to you. I'm surprised to see somebody new in Menarvegir. Does the Fimbulwinter not make traveling too dangerous? Thankfully, we have more supplies and a lesser population than our cousins in Fornsigtuna. The trade routes are cut off, and we would risk starvation if we were not prepared.
What is your name?
My name is Sigrun, daughter of Hogni, and one of the leading traders of Menarvegir. I am usually about town in the morning. My store is open all afternoon.
Tell me about Menarvegir.
'Tis our fair village in the heart of Yarnvadir. The weather may be foul, yet the people are friendly.
What does Lif do?
My friend Lif is our resident healer. He keeps Menarvegir hale from sickness and cures the wounds of those ill-fated to run into a forest troll. You should pay him a visit if you wish to purchase an elixir of healing. His store is next to mine, near the village gate.
Tell me about Sigurd.
Sigurd is the mayor of our fair town, although he dislikes being called that.
Indeed I do not. I'm a proven warrior, not some weakling noble. Let people respect me for my deeds, not my title.
What can you say about Reagan?
I do not speak to him often, but he is a great storyteller. I take it he has traveled far when he was younger, and mayhap has been a hero of sorts. He can frequently be found at the library. I'm surprised he has not read all the books yet.
Everyone talks highly of Reagan.
Have you seen Kraka around?
Young Kraka often comes to my shop to talk and to get warm. Life has not been kind to her. She lost her parents at a young age and lacks the money to find a good husband.
What?
She would be begging in the streets.
Do you
but
buy
we
husbands
do what
here?
we can to help her through the winter.
What about the town librarian?
To be frank, he mostly sits around and smokes his pipe. But he is old enough to have earned his time to sit around and smoke. He is my foremost buyer of pipeweed. He has some interesting tales to tell if you're patient with him. And he keeps a cat and a spirit as his pets. For some reason, he names the cat Horrible or something like that.
Horrendous.
Have you been to Fornsigtuna?
Yes, although not recently. In spring, I shall go visit there again to trade for goods. I am not too fond of the people there. They are too cold, but the city is always a sight to see.
Let us speak of the woodlands.
I do not go out there to explore, if that is what you mean. There are dangerous monsters out there, so I take an armed escort along to travel safely. But I am not the one to ask. I'm sure one of our resident warriors can tell you more of these monsters.
You are rich enough to hire armed escort.
I shall speak to you about that, for I bear the scars of these monsters as they bear mine.
I would like to come visit my store.
Okay.
It was nice to speak with.
Oh. Okay, we need afternoon then. Gaining lots of strength and agility too. I should have done this a lot more. Right. Come on, open your shop. But the orphan is out of the lodge. Can I maybe steal something? You don't know any recipes.
Good day to you.
How is...
Unavagir is trouble these...
Have you seen Kraka around?
Poor Kraka has it rough this winter. People are short on food and clothing, so we do not have much to help her with. Still, we do what we can.
Would you tell me about Sigrun?
We all do our best to console Sigrun these days. It is all she can do to keep her store running. I think it is good she has Kraka around now. There is value in potions and alchemy. Odin of the Shaggy Cloak knows this, and was willing to put out one of his own eyes for a drink from the Mimisbrunir, the Well of Wisdom. I am happy to tell you that my prices are not so steep, although I do not sell the wisdom water. There likely is none of it left within this world. Perhaps you are interested in purchasing some of my potions?
Potion seller? Give me your strongest potions. I don't want potions actually, not now. We need ingredients.
Do you need ingredients?
I am always in need of ingredients, particularly anything that is not found near the city gates of Manavagir. In particular, I have run out of willow bark. There is a special bark that glows in the dark, and thus can be only harvested at night. Please, be so kind to find some for me.
I think I know the tree.
Can you teach me a potion recipe?
This recipe was designed by a mysterious enchanter who calls himself the Crimson Bovine. I would be willing to share it with you
Crimson
for a price.
Bovine. But I have no money.
Can you give
these generic all-purpose flasks? A spell that I often use invokes the blessing of the Aesir. It will make fortune shine upon you, protect you in combat, and ward off lesser undead.
It's a nice one, we need to buy this one.
The blessed spell can traditionally only be taught to a full sorcerer or sorceress.
Oh really?
Please.
My stamina potions will keep you going all day, or all night if that is what you prefer. They are a pretty good hangover cure as well, and let you resist more common toxins.
Do you have...
I do not stock mana potions. Perhaps you should ask Orvandil this.
I would like...
It is always wise to keep a few healing potions at hand, especially if you have a profession as dangerous as yours. They are guaranteed to save you from certain death, or you get your money back.
I wish...
Stay.
So if that does not save us from certain death and we die, we get our money back. That's perfect. What a great deal. Oh, this is closed. Why is it closed? Alright, let's do the lodge then. Suddenly, a hidden door swings open, revealing a ladder leading down.
Yeah!
What? Wait. No. No. I didn't want to die. Okay, how do we... No. Why are they killing us?
Yeah!
I gave you coin, you... Don't get me. I'm not sure what I can do. Doesn't allow me to jump.
Yeah.
Oh, now it did.
Ah, well done! I am most impressed by this display of your skills. You have proven yourself a worthy addition to the Thief's Lodge, which you have so elegantly found down here.
Hi, you're most welcome.
My apologies for the rude welcome. We do that to weed out the incompetents. Not that I had thought of you as such, but it never hurts to find out. Surely 'twas never a threat to someone like yourself, yes? If not, then we shall ensure the first thing you steal will be a healing balm. Let me give you this token of our appreciation. 'Tis a lodestone, the symbol for how a good thief always uncannily knows his way to the best pickings.
And I'll be happy to help you with anything in Untitled.
Indeed, well stated. Be you welcome here.
What's this? There appears to be something inside the gap, but you can't reach it as it's too narrow for your fingers. You need a magnet? It's hard to make sense of the shorthand used, but you believe these are scribbled maps of the Jarl's castle and schedules for the guard's turn.
A nice attempt, but I must say it was not good enough. As I...
Oh.
A nice attempt.
Oh, this is how I raise my thievery.
Hello.
I have a...
What the...
How is the village?
Welcome. We get a fair bit more travellers in summer and sailors from gone. Now 'tis isolate with all... Are there...
Would you tell me about Sigrun?
Sigrun is a kind lady who keeps a shop near the gates. You should be kind to her too. She just lost her husband in battle and is still mourning.
Let us...
Twas a...
Welcome back, Crab.
I'm in need of a
I am
thief's
in need
toolkit.
of a thief's toolkit.
Come on, please give it to me for free.
There is a spare toolkit in the lodge, if you can be crafty enough to find it. Consider this a test.
I wish...
Happy
Oh,
adventure.
that's nice. Alright though. I think I'm going to call it for the day. I would have liked to do some Thieves Guild stuff too, but it's getting late. What's our score? 49. So many tests, just the way I like it. I will very likely play this game off stream to raise my skills, grind skills, but I will not progress in the story. Until next Sunday when we are going to play this again. So let's find someone to raid. Oh, Johnny Isle is still going. I think we can raid him. He seems to have... He's on a adventure, point and click adventure marathon. And he finished Broken Sword 1 to 2.5, Day of the Tentacle apparently, which he was still playing before I started streaming today. And now he's playing Full Throttle. So he's playing amazing games, go tell him hi. And I will come back to stream next Wednesday. It's more Dragon Age. We have made some nice progress. We have played the 3 integrated DLCs, as well as the start up until the end of Lothering last week. So next Wednesday we are going to go on with the circle quests. So it's a lot of fun. It's going well. And I'm going to come back to this game next Sunday. So if you have not given me a follow or joined the Discord, you might consider doing either or both of them to know when I go live.
Come again?
Or not. Whatever you like to do here, it's all fine. It's all good. I thank you for being here, for watching me play, accompanying me. In any case, I will see you soon, hopefully. Next week, if nothing goes wrong. Be well until then, and take care of yourselves. Goodbye.